Salute everybody. I want to welcome everybody to this demonstration. Justice for Shanquella, the truth versus the lies. This will be an all-night demonstration. So make sure everybody get their popcorn. Make sure everybody get their dip, their buffalo wings, their pizza, their blunts, their Black and Milds, their brown liquor, their wine, whatever it is that y'all like to sip on, smoke, or eat for tonight's all-night marathon. And we all know that during our all-night marathons, we do the Cash App donations. Tonight's cash donations will be $10 or less. And the $10 donation is for my time and hard work. These all-night marathons go anywhere from 6 hours to 12 hours. So tonight, we will be accepting the Cash App donations. My Cash App is $ERICMCINT. Salute to all my moderators for pulling up for this all-night marathon. Salute to those that's going to be in the clouds. Salute to all my troublemakers and my bartenders that keeps the hallways lit and full of action. Salute to all my angels. Salute to the aliens. And salute to those bush people, the people that like to hang out in the bushes for whatever reasons. Some of the bush people, they are in the bushes with good intentions. Some of the people in my bushes make it aware to me that they be too scared to come out of the bushes because this their first time on YouTube. And they don't want to offend anyone, nor do they want anyone to offend them. And they don't want to cause problems because they really don't understand how the YouTube streets work. So those that are in my bushes for that reason, salute to you. I appreciate y'all reaching out and letting me know, that y'all are in my bushes and that's why y'all in my bushes. Unlike the majority of the people that's in my bushes, most of them are stalking me for information. Most of them are stalking me because they just don't like me. Then you got the haters. Appreciate that cash donation, Ann Perry. Appreciate that cash donation, Ann Perry. But you got those haters that hate on me because I receive cash apps. People like to send in a donation and they like to send it on my cash app. So I got those cash app haters that's in my bushes. It's all kind of folks that hang out in my bushes. But once again, I appreciate those that are in my bushes that let me know the only reason why they don't come out of those bushes is because this is their first time on YouTube and they don't know how all of this works. All right, enough of that. Salute to the whole Rock Squad. I will salute everyone individually as the night goes on. Let me read my copyright disclaimer for tonight's all-night marathon. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. All right. Justice for Shanquella. We're going on a year, and there still haven't been any justice. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to backtrack. And we're going to backtrack and we're going to find out the truth versus the lies. So the main sources that we receive the majority of the information from was the North Carolina Beat, also Zuningua, and the lead attorney. So we're going to be chopping it up on the information that was released on those platforms. I do believe that all three platforms did bring us some facts. I do believe that all three platforms did speak some truths. And, you know, I'll speak on those down the line in the demonstration. I think some of the platforms also put out misinformation, false information, and we're going to find out why. We're going to find out why. Just because they put out false information, it doesn't necessarily mean that they did it on purpose. As I stated before, in the very beginning of the Shanquella Robinson case, we all was running around here like chickens and turkeys with their heads cut off. So we all put out some misinformation. But we're going to, you know, chop it up and see what exactly we can get out of the information. Now, in the previous demonstration, we discovered information that was there 8 months ago. We discovered that the police in Mexico received a call from a female by the name of Donovan stating that Shanquella had been beaten. And we found that out yesterday, and it was at 5:30 that afternoon. Matter of fact, I see a lot of newbies that's in here today that wasn't in here on last night's demonstration. So let me just play what we heard last night and just listen. In the police report, 5:30 in the afternoon on the 29th of October, the police in Mexico received a call that Shanquella had been beaten. Let's listen.
Yeah, it was impressive that you were able to get the police report.
Y igual y había unas contradicciones entre ese reporte y
And to be honest, there were contradictions between the police report that you got and the autopsy, right? What did the police report say? Can you explain to us what the police report said? Yes, the police report kind of shows what happened during that time. The police received information that Shanquella was beaten. They received the call from a girl named Donovan. She called 911 and she requested the presence of an ambulance. That happened around 5:30 in the afternoon, more or less.
That happened at 5:30 in the afternoon, as we just heard, on October the 29th. If the police received if they received a call at 5:30 that afternoon stating that Shanquella had been beaten, where did the alcohol poisoning, and then how was the travel mates allowed to leave Mexico? But I ran across some more clips and we're going to chop it up. So let's go into some more of these clips.
Joven extranjera,
Like
Shanquella,
they,
me dijeron en Los Cabos.
Shanquella is
Entonces les pedí los datos de ella y lo que
is
yo
a
hice
young American. She's a
fue,
foreigner. So I asked for her information, and what I did was investigate. And that was the 18th of November. And friends and family of Shanquella had uploaded a video of the beating, and they were asking for a response from the Mexican authorities. Because Shanquella's friends had told Shanquella's mom that she had died because of drinking too much alcohol.
Entonces, la familia primero pensó que era cierto.
So the family first thought that it was true, but when they saw the video, then they were looking for answers. So I took the video, and I got the information from the video, and I made the news, I made it public about what happened.
Porque nosotros revisamos todos los comentarios, el hilo de comentarios que
we looked at all the information. We looked at the comment threads.
Cómo se llamaba, con qué amigos iba.
We followed all the friends. We looked at the names of everyone. And we got all the information from the case.
Now, if we listen and if we heard what Zuningua said that he got the video, he got the names to the friends, and he made it go viral. But in the very beginning, we were all under the assumption that Gerald made it go viral. Now let's chop it up about that right there. Appreciate that new membership, Tiara. Appreciate your new membership, Tiara. Appreciate that new membership. Let's chop it up. Now, from my understanding, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, Gerald was the first one, as far as the bloggers, as far as the content creators. Gerald was the first one to get the names. Gerald was the first one to speak as far as the bloggers, the YouTubers. Gerald was the first one to speak with Shanquella's family, the mother, the sister, as well as the father. We know that the father told Gerald, put the video out, make it go viral. We know that Shanquella's sister and them gave all gave the names and all of that to Gerald. So if they gave it to Gerald, and if Gerald is the one that put it out there and made it go viral, why is Zuningua mentioning that he got the names in the video and he's the one that made it go viral? That's something that I want everybody to think on, because we will be chopping it up about that. Who was the first one that released it and made it go viral? Suntan says, meaning Zuningua released it. All right, let's go to another clip.
Hearing that this crime is classified as a femicide. Can you explain to us a little bit about what femicide is?
Sí, claro.
Yes,
lo que es el
certainly.
Es el homicidio que se comete en contra de una mujer.
Femicide is a homicide that's committed against a woman.
El homicidio es un asesinato, ¿no?
A homicide is a murder, right? But in Mexico, they made a law
incluyeron en el Código Penal
in the federal penal code
de feminicidio, que significa
of the crime of femicide, which means that whenever a person kills a woman, especially a man,
entonces lo califican como feminicidio.
Then that's classified as femicide. Also, when it's a woman against a woman, but the issue of violence has to do a lot with it too. And Shanquella's case was very violent. And so that's why they classified it as a femicide. Because
let's chop it up about femicide, because many people still believe that femicide is a crime or a homicide committed against a woman by a man. But that's not the case in the Shanquella Robinson case. And he even spoke on stating that due to the aggravation, due to the graphics, and if it was just a simple unaliving, then it wouldn't have been considered femicide. But being as though there were, and they listed some reasons, I'll mention some of those reasons now, and you'll hear these same reasons that I'm mentioning. You'll hear these same reasonings later down the line in these clips. But this is what actually made it femicide pertaining a female against another female, because a lot of people ran with that idea. Well, okay, since it's femicide, and since femicide means a man unaliving a woman, most people automatically assume that the aggressor, Dejanay, was either a transformer or either a man. But however, breaking this down and chopping it up, that's not the case. We heard him say that femicide can be a man unaliving a woman or a woman unaliving a woman. Now, here's some of the reasons why it applied to Dejanay being a female, unaliving Shanquella being a female. These were some of the reasons. Because they abandoned the body at one time. Remember, when the service worker came in, Shanquella's body was there, but nobody was around the body. So they abandoned the body. Also, there was extremely violence involved. Another reason, a real big reason, was that Dejanay fled the country. She left the country. And see, Mexico, they take all of this in consideration. And this is what led them to the femicide charge, even though it was a woman unaliving another woman. Also, the invading of her privacy. She invaded Shanquella's privacy along with recording that video. That was invading her privacy. So those reasons they take in consideration when actually bringing up that charge, femicide, when it's a female unaliving another female. Many of us, including myself, in the very beginning, we automatically assume, because it was femicide, we automatically assume that Dejanay was either a transformer or Dejanay was either a man, one or the other. But that's not the case. And as I play more clips, you'll hear them mention the same thing that I said. They took certain things in consideration to up it to femicide. So it doesn't mean, oh, femicide, it gotta mean that Dejanay was either a transformer or Dejanay was either a man that was a man, because why they charging her with femicide? Femicide is only a man unaliving a woman. That's not the case. Femicide, a female can be charged with femicide if that female unalive another female, and if it's extremely violence involved. That's a high amount of aggravation that's going on. Fleeing the country was one of them. The abandoning the body, the invading Shanquella's privacy by the video recording. So let's go into another one.
She declared her dead. She said that one of the workers from the Red Cross, one of the paramedics, was also helping her out, trying to treat her. But it wasn't possible. Now, this part is key because it shows one side of what happened, but it's contradictory to what the autopsy says and what the death certificate says. The death certificate says very clearly that after she was attacked, Shanquella died 15 minutes later. And it gives the exact time at 3 in the afternoon. But according to the doctor's version, she would have been getting there at that time. So the autopsy says that the doctor, when the doctor arrived, she would have seen Shanquella already dead. So that's the suspicion. At 3:15, when the doctor arrived, she was already dead, but the doctor declared her dead at 5:47. So several hours had passed. So this is why the Attorney General's office is investigating the doctor, because the doctor's information contradicts the autopsy. The information doesn't match.
Attorney General was investigating the doctor. And that's where we get that way back when they stated, when we heard them say the doctor will not be charged. But however, the Attorney General was investigating that doctor, because how is it that according to the autopsy, Shanquella expired 15 minutes after the assault? But that was early during the day. Now, the doctor arrives after 3. So that means Shanquella Robinson was long gone. Let me come back to that clip.
She declared her dead. She said that one of the workers from the Red Cross, one of the paramedics, was also helping her out, trying to treat her. But it wasn't possible. Now, this part is key because it shows one side of what happened, but it's contradictory to what the autopsy says and what the death certificate says. The death certificate says very clearly that after she was attacked, Shanquella died 15 minutes later. And it gives the exact time at 3 in the afternoon. But according to the doctor's version, she would have been getting there at that time. So the autopsy says that the doctor, when the doctor arrived, she would have seen Shanquella already dead. So that's the suspicion. At 3:15, when the doctor arrived, she was already dead, but the doctor declared her dead at 5:47. So several hours had passed. So this is why the Attorney General's office is investigating the doctor, because the doctor's information contradicts the autopsy. The information doesn't match. Also, when the police arrived at the scene, the 6 friends of Shanquella were there. And the police did not detain them. The police didn't follow the protocol that's used there in Mexico. In Mexico, when there's a homicide like that, when there's an assault or whatever, if you're there at the place and someone dies, you can't leave. You are arrested until the situation is clarified. But in Shanquella's case, that didn't happen. None of them were arrested. They were all allowed to return to the United States.
How was that? Appreciate that super sticker, Pee-wee. Appreciate that super sticker, Pee-wee. How was it? And remember what we heard last night. And remember what I just played. The police received a call 5:30 that afternoon that Shanquella was beating. And that report came from a female by the name of Donovan. So a female by the name of Donovan called the police and told the police that Shanquella had been beaten. That was at 5:30. Now, how was it that Shanquella was declared unalive after the 5:30 mark? How was it that the travel mates were allowed to leave? The travel mates should have been immediately taken into custody. And at first, I gave Mexico, I said, well, Mexico probably does things differently from the U.S. No, that's not the case. In that incident, Mexico do things just like the U.S. they're going to detain anyone that's involved. Anyone that's involved. And I spoke on that on the last demonstration, Lanice. Could that had been Winter's transformer brother, allegedly, if he was there? Because even though a lot of us believe that he was there, we still can't put him there. So allegedly, I'll say allegedly, could it have been a transformer brother that called and reported that Shanquella had been beaten? Remember, everyone, this is a Cash App marathon. Cash Apps are starting at $10. My Cash App is $ERICMCINT. Let's move on, y'all.
Shanquella's case, that didn't happen. None of them were arrested. They were all allowed to return to the United States.
Por eso es que la Procuraduría de Justicia en un comunicado de prensa que emitió hace unos días.
That's why the prosecutors sent out an arrest warrant against Shanquella, but also said that other people are under investigation. There was a cover-up, apparently. There was some omission of information. So possibly the doctor and the police that were there are also under investigation, since they had front row seats to the whole thing.
That was back in November. That was back in November. Now, this is Mexico. This is coming from Mexico. The USA ain't get involved yet as far as investigating it to prosecute anyone. But this is Mexico's doing now. Mexico is leading the charge. Mexico was on it. Mexico was on it in the beginning. Then after that, that's when he mentioned Shanquella as the arrest warrant, but we know that it was Dejanay. Appreciate that cash donation, Chen. Appreciate that cash donation, Chen. So they were under investigation. And I've done that demonstration a few months ago. When y'all get a chance, go back and look at the demonstration that I've done. What happened to the other investigation? Appreciate that cash donation, 80s baby. Appreciate that cash donation, 80s baby. Remember, I done a demonstration a couple months ago. What happened to the other investigation? The doctor was under investigation. The police was under investigation. What happened? Let's move on.
What's the problem with that? Like 3 hours had passed from the time that the doctor was notified, which was at 2 something, and then the time the doctor declared her dead, which was 5 something. What's the problem? The problem is that there was an autopsy. If you practice criminal law, you find out something very quickly about these damn forensics people. These autopsy people, these doctors, they're scientists. They can pin stuff down very quickly because it's backed by science. And so the coroner is looking at the body, and the coroner says, no, this body, this person died 15 minutes after the injury. How do we know? Who knows? They're the fucking doctors. They're the experts. So the doctors say from the time the neck was broken and the 2 vertebrae were injured to the death, like according to what a human can do, 15 minutes max. But the doctor says, no, when I was there, we were trying to take her to the hospital and then I was trying to give her an IV. The doctor put in there that she started to convulse and she lost control of her bowels. She had a relaxation of the sphincter. The doctor said that the paramedic from the Cruz Roja was there. If you read the police report, the doctor talks about how she began to have a seizure. I mean, all of this was happening over a period of hours. Then at 5:47, 5:30, 5:47, that's when the doctor declared her dead. The autopsy says she'd been dead. She was dead.
So the autopsy says she'd been unalive, but the doctor declared her unalive shortly after 5:30. Appreciate that cash donation, Willeen. Appreciate that cash donation, Willeen. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down in the hallways and let's see what everybody is talking about down in the hallways. And keep in mind, this isn't no new information. This information been out there. We just backtracking it. Tyson says they all lying, Shank. Lock everyone up. So, do we believe that interview from Zuniga with the lead attorney? Y'all let me know. Do we believe it or do we throw it in the trash? What do we do with those clips that I just played? What do we do? Shell says it's always been Mexico to me. Tisha says, I believe 15 minutes max. As I have studied, I believe 15 minutes max. As I have studied the human body. I also talked with doctors at one of the best hospitals in the country. And with all I gave, he also filled within a minute. Jacqueline says, I believe Geraldo. Tyson says, nope, I don't believe anyone who was present. So Tyson don't believe none of them. Tyson doesn't believe none of them. Tyson say throw them all away. Salute, Ebony. I see you, Ebony. I see you. Salute everybody down there. Lady V says, I would not have thought the medical examiner would have known about the case to report a false report. Juanita says, Shank, ain't nothing adding up. It's hard to believe Mexico or Zuniga. Suntan says, I'm with you, Tyson. Miss Sunny says, would you please look at the date that the Mecklenburg did their autopsy? So now we're faced with all this food. It looks good. It looks like it's a home cooked meal. But do we eat this food? Can we take this food to be home cooked? Is this information valid? Tracy says it's clear they're covering up, but why? That's the billion-dollar question, Tracy. That's not even a $1 million question right there, Tracy. That's a billion-dollar question. It's clear they're covering it up, but why? Why? Why are they covering this up? And who actually is covering it up. But why are they covering this up? Appreciate that cash donation, Ella. Appreciate the cash donation, Ella. Mecklenburg autopsy was done on November 17th of 2020. Shell says cover-ups don't come free. Speaking of the cover-up, I ran across a clip that they mentioned that there were money, it was money involved. Ann says that she believes Zuningwa. So Ann believes Zuningwa. Appreciate that cash donation, Pee-wee. Appreciate that cash donation, Pee-wee. Yeah, who demanded the cover-up sounds like big money. Right now, that food is contaminated because the math ain't mathing. Good point. Ms. Jam says, I believe it. Mexico got the evidence to charge DJ. Now we need to get her sent there expeditiously. Correct, Ms. James. Who are they covering up for? Good question, Rebecca. Good question. Did the two North Carolina district attorneys see all the evidence? Because who in their right political mind would say no charges? I'm angry with those ladies. I'm with you, Tisha. I'm with you, Tisha. I spoke with my surgeon that did my neck and back surgery, and he pulled it up and said she didn't live that long after the assault. This is mob moves. This is strange. Very strange. Very strange. Let's go to this $5,000, y'all. I was able to grab a clip of the actual $5,000. And y'all tell me what y'all think.
Se liberó para que se les dio para dejarlos ir,
there was something that was given, some money,
alguien que
to allow them to leave.
una riña de ese tipo se vaya así como si nada.
It's not common for someone to be in a fight like that and to be allowed to leave. It's a very delicate matter.
Una fuente que yo tengo me comentaba que había dinero ahí.
I have a source that told me that yes, there was some money. And Shanquella's mother even said on her social network,
porque la habían asesinado, porque la habían robado también.
Said that that there was some money missing. So we don't know if the people that were investigating received some money. It's very rare that no one had been arrested. That's very suspicious. Even not only were they allowed to leave, but they were allowed to take Shanquella's stuff. They took it back to her house. The person that's recording goes to the mother and takes the mother Shanquella's belongings. Took her suitcase.
Del tema del recurso, yo a través de otra persona preguntamos a la familia y la familia dice que ellos no tienen ese dato de cuánto dinero
through a source that spoke with the family, and the family said they didn't know exactly how much money was missing.
Se pagaron $5,000.
But they had paid $5,000.
2 días.
And
¿Quién pagó $5,000 o cómo?
Like, wait. Who paid $5,000 or what happened?
Parece que pagaron de una cuenta de Shanquella.
The group paid about $5,000 apparently from Shanquella's account.
Entonces, un dinero que también
and that money was reimbursed.
Entonces, es parte de las investigaciones que
so that's part of the investigation.
¿Qué fue lo que pasó con,
what happened
con el tema
there
del dinero? Y sobre
with the
todo
money?
Ver si los policías o la doctora recibieron algún dinero.
And if the police or the doctor received any money
cambiar la versión de lo que realmente pasó.
in order to change their story about what happened. I talked to a doctor who said that those blows were very visible in the moment. Like you don't even need to be a doctor to realize when the person has such bruises on their skin.
I love taking.
So who got paid? Appreciate that cash donation, Cora. Appreciate that cash donation, Cora. Who got paid? Did y'all hear what I just heard? There was $5,000. But the strange thing about it was he stated that the group paid it, but then the group got reimbursed. So where did the group get the $5,000 from? But we know that according to Miss Salamandra, they asked if they could go into Shanquella's belongings to get the money. Y'all remember that? That's weird that they were refunded, but then someone got paid. It's weird. Don't forget. It's weird. Dr. Police Red Cross Concierge. It's weird. Ebony, do you think the doctor told the medical examiner to say a broken neck, and Howard went to know this? The doctor got paid. I'm with you, Pookie. I'm with you. How do Zuningwa know so much? That's what this demonstration is about. How do Zuningwa, and why was Zuningwa the only one reporting? They split the money. All of them got a little bit of the money. The doctor and the cops. And y'all know what we do on an all-nighter. Hitting the like button is obligated. We got 100 watching, 61 likes. That means 39 people that's in the bushes need to come up out of the bushes and hit that like button. This is an all-night. Hit that like button. It cleared that they robbed her after they end her. Did they pay in pesos American or American money? Good question. Good question, Tyson. Mexico could have covered for the doctor and the broken neck. How they know she had 5 G's? Good question. It's so much, y'all. Squeak says Nazia. Squeak says Nazia. Good questions. How did Miss Robinson? Good question. Zuningwa has the relationship with the police department because he does cartel stories, in my opinion. Okay, Lady V, good point. I believe the doctor got paid to cover it up. How they get into her account? Good point. It's so many unanswered questions. It's just so many unanswered questions. Yes, I do. I think it was a discussion playing with the doctor while she was the only one there with the Cabo 5. That's how I went to New. Good point, Ebony. Good point, Ebony. It was going around Greensboro that DJ went on a shopping spree when they got back. Wow. Wow. Beautiful says it was going around Greensboro that DJ went on a shopping spree when they got back. Wow. The intent was the organs, but Mr. Bernard put a monkey wrench, found her, and bust that all up. Good point, Shell. Good point. Khalid was her best friend. He knew her info. Shank, I don't see all of the police and the property manager got paid. Check all bank accounts. How did Miss Robinson talk to Shanquella that next day and she was unallowed? I do know that that's misinformation. I do know that that's misinformation. There's no way that Miss Salamandra could have spoke with her. Well, let me backtrack. I can't say that she didn't speak to her, but that's a good point. That's a good point, Tisha. Good point. How did she speak with Shanquella the next day? Nita Girl says, then they tried to get $5,000 from Shanquella's mom. It's so weird, y'all. This is weird. Zuningwa did say he does have a person in the police department. Miss James, right? Harrison did this sign in. I always said that I believe Shanquella was gone when the doctor got there. You and about 98% of the people feel the same way as you feel, Sabrina. Most people feel that Shanquella was already gone. Shanquella was already gone when the Red Cross and the nurse arrived. Look at the photo. They are just staring at the body on the floor. They didn't even put the medical equipment down. The chat is down there. Some of y'all, because I got this demonstration streaming from my backup channel, Shank Rock Films, as well as my main channel. So if you're on my backup channel, if you're on the Shank Rock Films watching this, then I probably won't be able to see y'all comments. They party before they left Mexico. Appreciate the donation, Carolyn. Appreciate that cash donation, Carolyn. Appreciate that cash donation, Carolyn. Appreciate all the cash donations. This is an all-night marathon. So on our all-night marathons, we do take up cash donations. My cash app is $ERICMCINT. And the donations are at $10. Now I just received something that possibility the autopsy was done on December the 15th, 2022. Now I'm not sure when the autopsy was done, but I just got something that came through. Shout out to Cafe of Knowledge. Now this came from Cafe of Knowledge, and it says the autopsy was done December 15th, 2022. Once again, shout out to Cafe of Knowledge. Now, I don't know when the autopsy was done. Y'all can pretty much sum it up for me. If y'all could come up with an agreement on when the autopsy was actually done. So let me jump to this last clip, and then we'll chop things up. Well, it's actually 2 more clips. So let's jump into these clips.
Se liberó para que se les dio para dejarlos ir, porque
there was something that was given, some money,
alguien que
to allow them to
una
leave.
riña de ese tipo se vaya así como si nada.
It's not common for someone to be in a fight like that and to be allowed to leave. It's a very delicate matter.
A una fuente que yo tengo me comentaba que había dinero ahí.
I have a source that told me that yes, there was some money. And Shanquella's mother even said on her social network,
porque la habían asesinado, porque la habían robado también.
Said that that there was some money missing. So we don't know if the people that were investigating received some money. It's very rare that no one had been arrested. That's very suspicious. Even not only were they allowed to leave, but they were allowed to take Shanquella's stuff. They took it back to her house. The person that's recording goes to the mother and takes the mother Shanquella's belongings. Took her suitcase.
Del tema del recurso, yo a través de otra persona preguntamos a la familia y la familia dice que ellos no tienen ese dato de cuánto dinero
through a source that spoke with the family, and the family said they didn't know exactly how much money was missing.
Se pagaron $5,000.
But they had paid $5,000.
2 días.
And
¿Cómo? ¿Quién pagó $5,000 o cómo?
Like, wait. Who paid $5,000 or what happened?
Parece que pagaron de una cuenta de Shanquella.
The group paid about $5,000 apparently from Shanquella's account.
Entonces, un dinero que también
and that money was reimbursed.
Entonces, es parte de las investigaciones que
so that's part of the investigation.
¿Qué fue lo que pasó con,
what happened
con el tema
there
del dinero? Y sobre
with the
todo,
money?
Ver si los policías o la doctora recibieron algún dinero.
And if the police or the doctor received
pues,
any
para
money
cambiar la versión de lo que realmente pasó.
in order to change their story about what happened.
Que es médico, me decía, es que los golpes son muy visibles.
I talked to a doctor who said that those blows were very visible in the moment.
Ni siquiera ser doctor para darte cuenta.
Like you don't even need to be a doctor to realize when the person has such bruises on their skin.
I love taking
through a source that spoke with the family, and the family said they didn't know exactly how much money was missing.
Se pagaron $5,000
but they had paid $5,000.
2 días.
And
¿Cómo? ¿Quién pagó $5,000 o cómo?
Like, wait. Who paid $5,000 or what happened?
Parece que pagaron de una cuenta de Shanquella.
The group paid about $5,000 apparently from Shanquella's account.
Entonces, un dinero que también
and that money was reimbursed.
Entonces, es parte de las investigaciones que
so that's part of the investigation.
¿Qué fue lo que pasó con,
what happened
con el tema
there
del dinero? Y sobre
with the
todo
money?
ver si los policías o la doctora recibieron algún dinero.
And if the police or the doctor received
pues,
any
para
money
cambiar la versión de lo que realmente pasó.
in order to change their story about what happened.
Que es médico, me decía, es que los golpes son muy visibles.
I talked to a doctor who said that those blows were very visible in the moment.
Ni siquiera ser doctor para darte cuenta.
Like you don't even need to be a doctor to realize when the person has such bruises on their skin or the blood, the traces of blood, the violence. Wait a minute. Now, to understand fully the account with the $5,000, what happened there? Who paid the $5,000? Or I don't understand. Well, apparently the Airbnb was paid. There's an Airbnb in Mexico that they were staying in, that they were renting. And they had to pay about $5,400 to stay there.
No se aplicó totalmente más que los 2 días que estuvieron ellos. El día que llegaron,
all that money was not used up because they'd only stayed there 2 days.
El día 18 y el día 19 se murió, la mataron a Shanquella. Entonces fueron.
The 18th, and then when they murdered Shanquella on the 19th.
Yo, pues, que ese dinero se hizo un reembolso de ese dinero.
So that money apparently was returned.
Sí, entonces es lo que se anda investigando.
And I said, wow, they returned it all? And he said, yeah, so that's being investigated.
Apparently the money was returned from the Airbnb. I don't know how true that's to be. We'll chop that up. Let me go into Ann's super chat. Appreciate the super chat. And Ann says, Shank, can we please take a poll to see how many people believe Shanquella was unalive before the doctor got there? If you believe that Shanquella was already unalive when the doctor got there, drop a 1. If you believe that she was still alive when the doctor got there, drop a 2. So if you think she was already gone when the doctor got there, drop a 1. If you think she was still with us, drop a 2. Pretty much, I'm already saying the hallway. Okay, so we got 2 that so far feels as though she was still with us. Pretty much everybody else is saying that she was gone. We got 3. So far, I see 3. We got 4. We got 5. I see 5 2s so far. I see 6 2s. I see 7 2s. Okay. More is still believing that she was gone. However, there's 7 people that feels like she was still here. I have another super chat. Appreciate the super chat, Lady V. Appreciate the super chat, Lady V. Okay, Ross. So that's 8. That's 9. So 9 is saying that they think she was still here. I think it's about 14 that says they believe she was gone. Let me read Lady V's super chat. I think it is strange that both November 17th and December 15th is on Mecklenburg autopsy report. Nikki Lynn, can you please help me with this? The lab report says autopsy on December 15th. Nikki Lynn, if you want to hit the panel and discuss it. Okay, another 2 came in, so that's 10. Nikki Lynn, if you want to hit the panel and maybe try to clear it up, that's fine. And also, Cafe of Knowledge, if you're out there watching, if you could hit the panel, or if not hit the panel, if you could do a demonstration maybe tomorrow, kind of like clearing up what we're discussing now as far as the autopsy. So Nikki Lynn, if you could click on the link and join me on the panel. Okay, Nikki Lynn says she's reviewing it now. Okay, fine. And Cafe of Knowledge, if you're watching, if you have time to pull up to maybe kind of like help us understand why there's two different dates, or Cafe of Knowledge, if you don't have time to pull up on this demonstration, would you be able to do a demonstration in the upcoming days to maybe clear that up? So this is, Miss Jam says, I believe she was alive but transitioning. So I think it's 11 people. I think it's like 11 to 20. Taz says, Shank, Cafe's last demonstration yesterday discussed this. Yes, so somebody sent me the her demonstration where she shows that it was done on December the 15th. I wasn't able to watch Cafe's demonstration. So if y'all, Tansis and anybody else, if y'all want to break it down in the hallways for me, that'll be fine. I don't have no problem. For those that saw Cafe of Knowledge demonstration yesterday when she broke it down as far as the autopsy being done on December the 15th, if y'all could break some of the things down for me that Cafe of Knowledge was saying down there, I would appreciate it. Willeen says something's about to happen soon. Tina says, in my opinion, they all sat around and let her suffer for 3 to 4 hours. These people need a firing squad so they can suffer like she did. Okay, so I'm going to let Nikki Lynn come up. You want to turn your camera off, Nikki Lynn, or you good? All right. Salute, Nikki Lynn.
Salute, everyone. All right, I'm trying to find that 12/15 date. Can someone just put it in the chat, tell me what page it's on? Because I don't see it.
I know it was sent to me. I know that Cafe of Knowledge done a demonstration yesterday. Now, I didn't see her demonstration, but they sent that from Cafe of Knowledge, and then a couple people down there in the hallways pretty much co-signed that Cafe of Knowledge did do that demonstration. So I'm not sure if the actual December 15th is on there or not.
Okay, so let me go through it this way. Shell says it's the neurologist.
You see, okay, so Kendall, that's a moderator for Cafe. So Kendall says Wake Forest page 1 through 2. Appreciate that, Kendall.
Okay. So I'm looking at page 1 through 2 right now, date of exam, November 17th, 2022. Date of final report, April the 12th, 2023. And we know that's because of when the toxicology and the ethanol report came in. So we do know that. Let me see, I'm looking at the chat. Lady V says, staff pathologist William Thomas Harrison, MD, expired 10/29 autopsy, 12/15/2022 reported 1/27/2023. Okay, let me see if I can find that real quick, guys. And you're saying that's on pages 1 through 2?
Yes, on the Wake Forest page.
You can keep, I'm going to check. I'm gonna scan through this real quick just to see.
Okay, so
what I see.
I got the report, Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center. It says expired 10/29/2022. Then it says autopsy December 15th. So I actually see it.
Now, I'm going to say I don't see that as a part of Mecklenburg County's autopsy.
That's
So
not
what I'm
that's not coming from Mecklenburg. Wait. Let me backtrack. Because I don't know. Now, Kendall, is this of the Mecklenburg County autopsy? Because I do see Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center, but I'm not sure. And I don't cover this, so that's why I'm asking.
Shell says the pathologist took the neurologist's information that did the evaluation in December. So Shell or Shank, can either of you email that to me? Because that is not part of Mecklenburg County's autopsy report.
Shell, can you email that Kendall just sent me? Can you email that to Nikki Lynn? Let me see. Let me come out of here.
Baptist Medical Center laboratory result report. Okay, yeah, that's definitely not a part of this autopsy report, guys.
And I might be able to send it to you. Did you get anything?
Wait a minute, let me hold on.
Salute, Squeak.
No, not yet. Did you email or Instagram?
Wait a minute.
Salute Shank, salute Nikki, salute,
Salute, Squeak.
salute in the chat. Way I got it is the autopsy was done 10/29 in Mexico. On November, was it 17th, the FBI did the autopsy. And she was buried on the 19th. Her body wasn't exhumed.
Okay.
Did you get an email, Nikki?
Yeah, I just got it. Okay, let me review this real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead, Squeak.
Slide back in, Squeak. Go ahead, Squeak.
No, Shank,
Yeah.
the attachment didn't come with it. You got to send it again with the attachment.
All right, give me a second, Nikki.
It couldn't have happened in December because the family never gave permission for that.
What could have happened, and I'm just speculating, I don't know until I received it, could have just been when the report was received in their office. But I don't even know what report it was because I don't even know what you guys are referencing yet.
Yeah, see, they started late doing the paperwork, and that's what all that is. But the actual autopsy was done on October 29th in Mexico, and in North Carolina it was the 17th, and she was buried the 19th.
So Lady V says it was the lab report. I'm just looking at comments in the chat. So until I receive the email, I can't say what it is yet. But we agree that it's dated December the 15th.
No,
Okay. Let me see.
they might
Ultimate
have
Select.
started the paperwork. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay, it does say lab result report. Patient.
I'm coming.
Wow.
You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It definitely does say autopsy 12/15/2022, which would definitely negate the fact that Mecklenburg said they did the autopsy on November the 17th.
Her body never got exhumed. So how can they do? They started the paperwork late, but they did the autopsy on the 17th of November
I agree.
and let it sit. You know what I'm saying? They let it sit. And I guess
Wake
somebody took.
Forest Baptist Medical Center. So Let me.
So the doctor line, before y'all go any further, the doctor line.
Shank, this is the first page. Do you have the second page? Just so I can see what the second page shows.
Give me a second. Y'all know well, let me not call myself old no more, but y'all know it takes me time. Give me a second.
Okay.
Kendall, can you send me the second page? Do you want? Yes. Can you send the second page, Kendall? Kendall gonna send that second page.
Okay.
Wow. All right. I'm about to send it to you.
Oh. I see it, Shank.
You see it?
Yeah, the only thing I can think, guys, that makes sense of this, and obviously we wouldn't know unless the medical examiner or the pathologist in this case, who was William Thomas Harrison, actually made sense of it for us, is that because it says Baptist Medical Center laboratory result report, is that when they took sections of the organs to determine whether or not there was any histology or disease in any type of lab results they would have done, that this was the finalization of the autopsy. So the autopsy was started, and this is just my best guesstimate that the initial autopsy was started on November the 17th, which would have been a complete examination of the body. But of course, when they take their lab results and they do sectioning of the organs and anything that had to be sent out for additional testing would have occurred or came back on this final date. So this would have been the final date that everything was received. That's my best guesstimate of why this is, and that's why it's on a lab result report. Because the page we're looking at gives us the internal examination, the gross description is giving us the weight of the brain, the organs, the frontal lobe is giving us the microscopic description, is giving us the microscopic description of all the organs that they section. So this to me, I'm going to safely assume that it was the organs that they sectioned, meaning anything that they took a piece of, I'm sorry to sound gross, but and examined for any type of histology or disease. And this would be the date of the final report that the final results was received. It would be the only thing that made sense to me.
Mm.
Now, if there's anything different, Mr. William Thomas Harrison would have to make sense of that himself. I agree, Shell. Shell said it's unlikely to get all results on the same day, and that is true. So I would say that the autopsy was started on November the 17th, and that was when they started the examination of the body, and then any of the section of the organs, I'm repeating myself, but any sectioning of the organs that was sent out and tested, that this was the final date that any information came back. And if you look at that first and second page, you see a lot of the microscopic examination and descriptions, which is given the weight and the description of the organs. So I'm going to assume that that's what this report is. And it is on a lab result report. Is that helpful?
Yes. Is that helpful for everyone? Let me read Lady V's. Appreciate the super chat. Lady V says it's a part of the Mecklenburg report on page 12.
Yeah, I found it, Lady V. Thank you.
So pretty much everybody is saying, yes, thank you, Nikki. It helped.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that makes sense, unless that man can come and tell us something different. So no, I don't think he lied. I think it's the final report of the section of the organs.
Kendall wants to know, Nick, do you see Kendall's question?
Yeah, I was getting ready to read it. Yeah. In your opinion, what did it take a month? Why did it take a month to start that report? I don't think it took a month to start it. I think it took a month to get the results back in, Kendall. So I think you send things out and then it takes that long to get the results back in. So I don't think it took a month to start it. I think it took a month to get all the results back in from every test, if that makes sense.
You want to add on, Squeak?
Oh no, I'll go with that. It was just finalizing the paperwork.
Yeah, and more or less, Squeak, in this case, finalizing the lab results. So you send out, blood work or urine or anything like that. And in this case, it was actual tissue organs that was being sent out. So you can't expect to get that back in the same day. So yeah, it was finalizing lab results. And then once you get those lab results back, then you can finalize your paperwork.
Wow.
Shell said North Carolina did a more robust autopsy, which took more time. I agree, Shell.
Wow.
I think we got that now.
Yeah, Beautiful Nightmare says, right, Nikki, they typically get different doctors to look at the results before finalizing the reports. Absolutely. Everybody specializes in a different field. So, you're going to have a medical examiner who does the autopsy. Then you're going to have somebody who does the lab testing and the results. Somebody else who looks at, the specifics of this, and someone else who's doing the testing. So, absolutely, I agree, Beautiful. Anonymous Angel says, check the date of the finalized. Well, we did give the date of the finalized, but I'll go back. The date of the final report, Anonymous Angel, was April the 12th, 2023. And the reason for that date, we determined it was after they got the lab results back, the toxicology report back, and the ethanol reports back from Mexico, because they included that in their autopsy report.
Correct, Nikki. Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
But the cold piece, and I'm going to let you slide in. The cold piece is this was information that's been out there for the last 8 months.
Absolutely. And I think it's like you said, sometimes it's not until we revisit that we realize what we overlooked or missed that, that's pertinent. Ebeck said, what is the difference between a drug test and a toxicology report? Well, I mean, they're essentially the same. A drug test tests for something, one particular drug, whether it be in your blood or in your urine. A toxicology report is usually testing for numerous substances within your blood or your urine. So whereas though you say, you had to do a drug test, they could be testing for one specific thing, or it could be a number of different things, but essentially they're the same. It's just the slang. Juanita said, what did the toxicology report say? Well, per Mexico, the toxicology report basically said that she tested negative for everything. And if you want me to read the exact wording, it says not detected. Tanza said the same day they said no charges too. Oh, was that the same date that they said they weren't going to file any charge? Yeah, probably. I think it was that because they said they didn't have enough evidence, Kansas. Ebeck says, why does one take longer than the other to get? I can't answer that. I don't run testing. I can't really say why. I mean, sometimes things take way longer than what you think to come back, but I can't really answer as to why. Tisha just asked the same question that Juanita asked. What did the toxicology say? And basically, once again, the toxicology said not detected for all that she was tested for. And once again, what they tested for was so they tested for the presence of controlled therapeutic drugs listed in the table, and not detected was in the blood sample identified. So everything came back listed as not detected. And they did list all the drugs, and it was detection of drug abuse and controlled therapeutic drugs was what they tested for.
And notice she read at the sample of blood. So it was blood that accompanied her.
Right, correct. They did test for her blood. Santan said, can you read the chat on the summary? I'm not sure what chat. What chat? Are you talking about on the autopsy page, or are you talking about something in the actual chat? I'm sorry, Santan, I don't really understand what you're asking me to read. Can you be a little more specific? An anonymous angel said, read the finalized notes. The finalized notes of which one, anonymous angel? Are you talking about the drug test, the toxicology report, or the autopsy report? The final findings summary. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to go to. Okay, so the final diagnosis would be on that same page that everybody asked about to begin with. That's dated autopsy 12/15/2022. The final diagnosis was hypoxic ischemic brain injury, focal subarachnoid hemorrhage, left frontal and parietal lobes, and focal subarachnoid hemorrhage in thoracic spinal cord. So that means that there was bleeding and hemorrhaging in the left frontal and parietal lobes of the brain and in the thoracic spinal cord, which meant that some type of injury occurred there for there to be any type of bleeding or hemorrhaging there. And then the hypoxic ischemic brain injury basically meant she went without oxygen.
Salute, Mel.
Absolute. Squeak, Nikki, and Shank. Can I slide?
Yeah, come on,
Hey,
Mel.
Mel.
Okay. So, Nikki, thanks for reading the final on that. I did research the hypoxic. It was that ischemic brain injury. And so it states that, give me a second here, that
Mel.
injury, can you hear me?
Yeah, I just wanted to read Lady V's super chat real quick. Let me read her super chat, then you can take it away. Lady V says, did the doctor tell the Mexican AG that Shanquella was demised when she got there, and that's why no charges were filed? Slide in, Mel. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Give me 1 second so I can get back to my spot. I'm sorry, guys. But, oh man, I hate when I lose my spot. So much
While you're looking
information
for
here.
your spot, Mel, let me just answer John's question. He wants to, hi, John Q. He wants to know, why did it take so long
Hi,
for the
John.
toxicology report to come from Mexico to America? I have no idea. It doesn't say why. It just says when it was received, and then it states that the ethanol report was received verbally. So it says no ethanol results listed in report. Video conference on 4/3/23 with Mexico and other persons in Mexico, including the lab. And ethanol was tested, but no results were included in the report. Ethanol was reported negatively. So those was handwritten notes on the toxicology report, noted 4/3/23. It does not state why it took so long for them to receive it. It just says they did a video conference with them on 4/3/23.
That was with Mexico, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Tanza said,
Read
read
that.
the summary and interpretation on the one dated 11/17. Okay, go ahead now while I look up what Tanza said.
Okay, so it says the anoxic and hypoxic brain injury can occur whenever oxygen delivery to the brain is compromised. And it
Yeah,
just
that's
talks
what I
about
said.
the oxygen delivery is a function of the blood to flow to the brain. And it says that this um, hypoxic brain injury can result from interruption of blood flow to the brain, such as cardiac arrest or strangulation.
Right. So what I said, basically, I put it in layman's terms. Basically, she had a lack of oxygen to the brain. So what you said is just what I said. She had a lack of oxygen to the brain. That's correct.
Right. So that could have come from, I guess, either the luxation, because
It
I
could
would
have
hate to
come.
think somebody strangled her.
No, I don't think it could have come from a number of things. It could have come from her medulla or her atlas 1 and 2 being out of place and um obstructing airflow. It could have been because she had vomit in her what's her name? I can't think of the word, I'm sorry. But that could have been obstructing airflow. It could have been the positioning of her neck. It could have been a number of things. It could have been, all that making her heart stop and then lack of oxygen going to the brain. So all of the, and that's why they're saying it's undetermined, because any of those things could have caused the oxygen to stop, to the lack of oxygen flow to her brain. So they're refusing to say which one caused it. And I saw your question, Ebek. I'm sorry, the chat was going fast, but let me see if I can find it. And Suntan said, can you read the chat on the summary? I'm trying to follow all you guys' questions. Sorry.
I had to step away from the computer. That's why I'm trying to catch up. What questions we looking for, Nikki?
I just see so many questions. I'm just trying to address all of them. um, Sometimes, guys, if I missed your questions, can you just send it back again? Because it's hard for me to see some of them, and the screen is going. If I missed your question, just send it again, and I'll just try to best answer it if I didn't.
And that's why I always refer to the super chat, because once the chat is moving, it be moving, and it's hard for us to read all the questions and comments, especially when we're giving out demonstrations. So that's why I always make reference to, if you got a question, all super chat questions will be answered. So if y'all could just grab a 99-cent super chat, and then that way your question will get read.
Pee Wee say, did she test positive for alcohol? So Pee Wee, they did a verbal confirmation that she was negative for alcohol. So they said they did not receive a written test result for alcohol, but they verbally confirmed that she tested negative. And they wrote that on the toxicology report. Esophagus. Thank you, Miss Jams. I could not think of the word. She put it there. Thank you, Miss Jams. Yeah, she had vomited stuck in her esophagus. Thank you.
I'm glad you was up here, Nikki, because you know I'd have messed that up. You know I'd have messed that up, Nikki.
All the way up.
Mel said all the way up. I'm glad you was out here. All right, I see John Q. You see his comment?
I see. So I thought I answered one, but then he says, look at my comment from above. So I'm not sure if I missed it. So that's why I'm saying if I missed the comment from anybody, send it again. Okay, so John Q says from November 17th, Mecklenburg autopsy to April 2023. They got the toxicology report. Look at the timeline for a second. Why did it take so long to get the toxicology report from Mexico? I thought I did answer that. Let me just look again.
Well, I don't think that you really would have had. I don't think that you really would have had an answer to that.
Right. Yeah, I think I best answered it the way that I could. I don't know why it took so long for them to receive it. To be quite honest, all I did was read the notes basically saying they did a video conference. I don't know how they sent it. I don't know if they sent the now I will say that the toxicology reports, obviously they would have had to wait for the toxicology reports to come back. I don't know how long it took for the actual toxicology reports to come back. And then from there, I don't know if it was received electronically, per fax, per mail. I just don't know how that was received. If it was faxed over, I don't know. So I really can't answer as to how or why it took the length of time it did for them to receive it. Could the head injury interrupt oxygen flow? And that was a super chat from Lady D. Thanks for the super chat, Lady D. Absolutely. And I did that in one of the demonstrations that I did with the autopsy, and I'm sorry I don't have that diagram in front of me, but I showed where a certain part of if you injure a certain part of one of the lobes of the brain, and the name of it is escaping me right now. I don't have it in front of me, Lady D. I will have to go back over my notes and bring that back up. The certain areas of the brain, when you injure certain areas of the brain, they cause certain injuries or certain lack of movement, lack of it can impair your movement, it can cause dizziness, it can cause oxygen flow, it can cause you to just a number of different things. And I mean, your coordination can be off, you may not be able to breathe, it can cause vomiting. So a hit to that particular area, which that front parietal lobe is where she was hit. And I believe it showed that it could cause vomiting and nausea. And that's what I was saying could have caused that vomiting to occur in her. So from there, that vomiting occurred, and then any of that vomiting being stuck in her esophagus then could have led to the lack of oxygen flow. So absolutely correct. And I would need my slides in front of me to just show what areas and show where, what would impact her movement and what areas basically she would be limited in. It could show that, she had basically lack of response time, any of that. So a number of those things that I showed. Appreciate your question, Lady D. Thank you.
We appreciate your answer, Nikki Lynn.
Oh, thank you, Mel. And so Shell is answering John, and she says she's thinking lack of urgency. Well, yeah, I agree, Shell and John. I just don't think that they was acting in the best interest of this case, period. So John says, think about for a second, why didn't it come with the full Mexican autopsy report to the U.S. to begin with? Didn't Shanquella parents give everything from Mexico from the start? Good question. My understanding was that the father ended up not having to pay for the autopsy. And I just heard that through numerous demonstrations from content creators. So somebody can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but that was my understanding that the parents end up not having to pay for the autopsy, even though that was their intent at first, the father's intent at first, it ended up not happening.
As I read through various information, the one thing that I can say is no matter how they word all of the information and the injuries and all of this, it's all tied into Atlas section.
I think so too, Mel. But hold your thought, Mel, because here's
reading.
Yvette's question.
Okay.
She said it back to me. She said, so whenever I go to my pain specialist, I'm required to take a test and the results are returned within 24 to 48 hours. Do you think it took longer because Shanquella Robinson was unalive? I don't know that I think it took longer just because she had already passed. I just think maybe it took longer because of the numerous tests that they were doing. So maybe because they was doing more tests as opposed to a few. And because they did a complete autopsy with more sectioning of the organs. So I don't think it had anything to do with the fact that she was unalive, but more so to do with the fact that they was doing just a whole complete battery of tests. So that's why it took longer. Thanks for sending that question back, Ebek. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Mel.
Okay, so what I was saying is no matter how they word whatever these was found on the autopsy, they all lead back to the same thing. It's like, what kind of brain injury cause Atlas section? It says, well, a brain injury causes antyloxia instability. Regardless of what they say, she had some type of spinal injury to her atlas, which slowed down the oxygen to her brain. Regardless of how they try to word it, how they mix the words up, it all is the same thing. It all leads you back to the same place.
I agree, Mel. And that was my point when I did the first review of the autopsies and the second review, that I thought that Mecklenburg was pretty much trying to disprove Mexico's autopsy. But to me, if you read deeper into it, it really proves that they're both correct. Because to me, honestly, if you have any dislocation of the medulla and that C1 and C2 of the thoracic spine, then what you have is a dislocation. You have misalignment. And any type of that misalignment is going to, have things out of place. So it's going to put pressure on one side or in any area, which then is going to obstruct airflow. And after a long period of time, that obstruction of airflow is going to cause that lack of oxygen in any way that you look at it. So I agree, Mel. No matter which way you look at it, I'm not saying that her spinal cord was broken, but I certainly believe that it was dislocated. And I also believe that that's what Mexico's autopsy said. And as far as the death certificate, the death certificate gives you a guess of this is why this person passed away. This is what we think. But by the time you do an autopsy, by the time you open them up, and by the time you look deeper, then you can find more specific reasonings as to what happened and what caused this person's demise. And they said dislocation. And I'm going to ride with that to the end, that they did not say it was a break. They said dislocation. And I do believe that dislocation is what occurred. And I believe that's what Mecklenburg is telling us without trying to tell it to us. So I agree with what you're saying now.
I agree with all y'all to this point.
Let Anonymous Angel slide in. Salute, Anonymous Angel, slide in.
Salute. Hope everybody can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay. So looking at the date that the DOJ came out and said that, no charges, I just thought that was kind of suspicious. It just doesn't make any sense because they've had this information for quite some time. I'm pretty sure a lot of that came back and was sitting there. That's how I feel. And that's why I was saying there was something that eluded some kind of summary on that autopsy that eluded that she went down to wherever and may have had drinks with friends. It was something of that wording. And it didn't really talk about the things like the first autopsy that was done by the first doctor, and that he completed it to what he had to do. There was, he was thorough. He kept, stayed the business. But the other doctor that finalized everything on the 15th, he was talking about, the situation where she went, what there was possibilities that was done, and basically he was riding that narrative, if you look at it, of she had been drinking. It was really
Can I jump in, Anonymous Angel, to answer a few questions? So there was a few things. Juanita says, Nikki, I wish the U.S. should have done their full autopsy instead of going with some of Mexico's reporting, in my honest opinion. So Juanita, Mecklenburg is saying that they did a full autopsy. The only thing that they took from Mexico is the toxicology report and the ethanol report. I agree with you on the one aspect of I think they could have done their own toxicology report because supposedly a vial of blood accompanied her, was, sent along with the body. So why they chose not to, I do not know. But as far as them doing a complete autopsy report, they did do one. So that being said, the only thing they didn't do was their own toxicology report. I got you, Kansas. I'm gonna read the summary. Just give me a second. And then Pee Wee says alcohol stays in your body system after 24 hours. So if she had alcohol poisoning, they should have known that, and that was a little off the top. I agree. So alcohol continues to burn in your body, and not only that, even they can still test for it in your urine. We said that a while back ago. And they can still test for it in your urine, and they can still test for it. It comes out of your body in your pores and your sweat, in your urine, in your blood. And they can, do also samples from the vitreous fluid from your eyes. But what you guys notice in Mecklenburg County's autopsy report is that they're continuously saying that she could have got back up and continued to drink more alcohol, which is kind of ridiculous because then it should have been something to show in her alcohol test results and her ethanol test results, which they're saying there was none. So, it would have burnt off. It's nowhere in the world it could have all burnt off. And not
Hey,
show nothing if she would have kept getting up to drink more. And they suggested that a couple of times in the report, which I think was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, and then they want me to read the final conclusion
go on.
of the report. Hey, Pee Wee. I just want y'all to know that Pee Wee is Shank's day one, but I've now made Pee Wee my day two because I came for Shank's day one. So Pee Wee is now my day two, y'all. Okay, so the conclusions are after applying the techniques described above to the biological sample of the female body who in life bore the name of Shanquella, they spelled it wrong, I'm sorry. Renata Robinson, the following conclusions are established. The presence of drugs listed in the results table was not detected in the blood sample identified as trace A through 4. The presence of controlled therapeutic drugs listed in the results table was not detected in the blood sample identified as trace A.4. And then it shows how much blood from the trace A and the trace 4 was used. And then Tanza said please read the summary interpretation from page 1117. So what they have, guys, is I don't know if you understand this or not. They didn't do their final conclusions like Mexico did. They broke it up into separate areas. So I would essentially have to read the whole report again. They didn't go through final conclusions except for what I have already read. I can read that part again, and that was the page that we had previously discussed. Mexico did a final conclusions to say this is this, that, and the third. But Mecklenburg's section there is as diagnosis, external description of the body, injuries, internal examination. Then they showed the weight of each of the organs, and then the other procedures that they done, the neurological and musculoskeletal system, and then the microscopic examination and disposition of the personal effects and evidence, and then the attachments that came along with the body. And then from there, what they give you is the diagram showing each injuries, and then they do the neuropathology consultation report, which is what you guys was questioning, that has that 12/15 2022 date. And that's what gives the final diagnosis. So I don't know if you guys understand. That page right there is giving you the compiled diagnosis from everything that was done on the autopsy, inclusive of the lab results, if that's making any sense. Marty says you can be negative within 24 hours. I'm assuming you're talking the alcohol, Marty, and I know that that's true based on how much you drank, because each drug has a lifeline of how long it stays in your system. And so each drug stays in your system a different amount of time. One can have a 30-day lifeline like marijuana, and then cocaine per se may only stay in your system 3 days if you never use again. Whereas though something else may stay in your system 5 days if you never use again. So I'm assuming Marty is saying you can be negative within 24 hours, and I'm assuming she's talking alcohol if you haven't taken another drink. So John Q says, where does Mexico send out to obtain a toxicology report? That's never mentioned. So it says that they sent out to Laboratory of Forensic Chemistry, and it is on here. It's Trying to see if I can make sense of some of these words, John. Laboratory forensic chemistry, and then Boulevard. So I see their little symbol and their watermark, um, and their stamp, and the name of the laboratory coordinator, Fabio Guadalupe Magdaleno Ruiz, and that's the forensic chemistry expert. And it looks like the stamp of the Attorney General's Office of the State of Baja California, sir. Director of Expert Services, Laboratory of Forensic Chemistry. So I don't know if any of that is the actual name. I see all the stamps. I can't really pronounce some of it. So I don't know, but it is on the paperwork. I will say that. It probably can be looked up. I Kansas, I see what you're saying, the summary and the interpretation, but it's not listed that way. It, at least on mine, it doesn't come across listed as a final summary or interpretation, except, oh, I see, I'm sorry, it's listed in the front. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so I will read that. It's listed in the front. I was expecting it to be listed in the back. So you guys want me to read the summary and the interpretation.
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, here we go. The decedent is a 25-year-old female who, by reports, was on vacation with other persons slash friends in Cabo, Mexico, where she was reported to have been heavily consuming alcohol on October 28th, 2022, continuing into the early hours of October 29th, 2022. She was also assaulted on the morning of 10/29/2022 at approximately 7 to 7:30 a.m. local time. A portion of this was captured on cell phone video. She reportedly went back to her room bed following the incident. There is no further information available on her condition until she was discovered shortly before noon, lying face down on the bathroom floor by housekeeping, who notified her friends. At around 2:15 p.m., the friends requested medical care for her, reporting that she had consumed too much alcohol and needed hydration. Shanquella was evaluated at the residence by a doctor around 3:15 p.m., who found her to be minimally responsive and clearly dehydrated. During attempts to place an IV for hydration at the residence, she went into convulsive crisis, followed by complete cardiopulmonary arrest at 4:49 p.m. Multiple rounds, multiple rounds of resuscitation was unsuccessful, and she was pronounced deceased at the residence at 5:57 p.m. She underwent a minimally invasive examination, which is a partial autopsy in Mexico on the morning of October 30th, 2022. Her body was then returned to the United States. Her death certificate listed the cause of death as severe spinal cord injury with atlas luxation. On November the 16th, 2022, I was contacted by CMPD Detective B. Fitch on behalf of the FBI and asked to perform a complete autopsy examination in order to determine her cause and manner of death. The body was transported from the local funeral home to the Mecklenburg County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsy on November 17, 2022. Please see the report of investigation by medical examination examiner for further historical details. Autopsy examination reveals the embalmed body of a young adult female who has undergone prior partial autopsy examination with a sutured frontal scalp incision extending coronally from ear to ear along the hairline. There is also a sutured vertical midline incision extending from the neck to just above the pubis. Further external examination reveals several areas of linear and geographical abrasions on the abdomen, pelvis, legs, and arms, as well as a focal abrasion with bruised and underlying subgaleal hemorrhage on the forehead. Abrasions are noted on the right cheek area, and there's a scleral hemorrhage in the right eye. Internal examination reveals evidence of a prior minimally invasive autopsy examination. Upon opening the scalp, there is prior postmortem removal of a portion of the calvarium for access to the cranial cavity. The removed bone fragment has been returned to its original position. Removal of the calvarium bone fragment reveals disruption of the dura, and the brain is present in a clear plastic bag. Further examination reveals that the brain was transected from the spinal cord just below the brainstem. Examination of the dura reveals a small amount of crumbly, solid, reddish-brown blood material in the left posterior fossa and adherent to the inner surface of the dura. No skull fractures are present. Examination of the body cavity reveals that the chest cavity has been previously accessed with bilateral vertical cuts through the costal cartilage of the ribs just lateral to the sternum. Upon opening the chest, the larynx is found to have been transected just below the hyoid bone, and then a second transection through the trachea at the level of the sternal notch. This section of the upper airway is found lying within the approximate anatomic location. There is no evidence of injury to this upper airway section and no hemorrhaging in the surrounding muscle or fractions. Hemorrhaging to the mid to lower cervical and upper thoracic vertebral muscle or fracture hemorrhage to the mid to lower cervical and upper thoracic vertebral column. The hyoid is intact. Further examination reveals that all the organs are in their correct column and are in their correct, anatomic location, and the pericardium has been previously opened. Typical of an embalmed body, the organs are bloodless and firm, and there are trocar defects present in the heart, base of the lungs, stomach, liver, bowels, and kidneys. The organs have not otherwise been previously removed or sectioned in any way. Removal and sectioning of the organs reveals no evidence of trauma or disease process. The lower trachea and bilateral main bronchi are obstructed with semi-solid, crumbly blood-like material and possibly food consistent with vomitus. There are no fractures of the ribs or the remainder of the vertebral column. Slight lateral scoliotic curvature is present in the upper to mid-thoracic spine. A posterior neck dissection is performed, and there is no evidence of hemorrhage or disruption of any of the musculature, ligaments, or the spinal elements. No fractures are seen on the posterior of the spinal column. There is no evidence of any disruption of the spinal column alignment or subluxation. The brain, dura, and spinal cord are sent for neuropathology consultation. Please see the next separate neuropathology report attached at the end of this report for details. Postmortem blood testing performed in Mexico does not reveal the presence of any commonly abused drugs. Testing for ethanol, which is drinking alcohol, was reportedly performed but was not listed in the report. The ethanol result was later verbally reported and discussed on 4/3/2023 with officials in Mexico and reported as negative. No urine, vitreous, or other samples was obtained during the original examination. No blood, vitreous, or urine was available for collection at the time of this autopsy. Please see a separate toxicology report, translated copy attached at the end of this report for details. Based on the history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that the cause of death in this case is undetermined. The most significant findings at autopsy are the hematoma of the forehead, the mild cerebral edema, the hypoxic ischemic brain injury. The hematoma of the forehead is consistent with blunt force trauma. The mild cerebral edema is a nonspecific finding. The hypoxic ischemic changes to the brain are consistent with several hours of obtunded survival with inadequate blood flow and oxygenation of the brain. Review of the report of the examination performed in Mexico and discussion with the Mexico ME and pathologist on 4/3 confirms that the original findings of the forehead, hematoma, mild cerebral edema, and no significant intracranial hemorrhaging and no evidence of brain herniation. Due to the limited nature of the prior examination, the spinal cord and the cervical vertebrae and ligaments were not directly visualized to confirm a suspected subluxation, which was disproven by this autopsy. While the reported postmortem blood testing results for ethanol was negative, the time interval between when she was involved in the assault and the time of her death, approximately 10.5 hours, is sufficient to allow for metabolism of any alcohol that may have remained in her system that morning from consumption the previous day and night. It is also not known if she consumed any additional alcohol following the assault that morning, which was also metabolized before she expired later that afternoon. There is the potential contribution of blunt force trauma, head trauma causing cerebral edema, which was the concussion. Persons with a concussion would be expected to initially exhibit an altered level of consciousness or even unconsciousness immediately following the head trauma. Shanquella's level of consciousness immediately following the fight is not clearly documented. Although she was able to return to her bathroom area, it is also not known if she may have fallen and hit her head in the bathroom area, where she was discovered lying on the floor approximately 4 hours later. The possibility of a post-concussive apnea diagnosis cannot be excluded. Shanquella never made it to a hospital prior to her death, and no vitreous fluid was collected or available for testing post-mortem. Therefore, the extent of her dehydration, potential electrolyte abnormalities secondary to acute heavy alcohol use, and contribution to her death is unknown. That's the end. And I think the last paragraph has too much speculation in it. So I don't know if that helps. Marty said, I really think they need another autopsy. I agree. Karen says previous medical
I really don't
intervention.
think they need another autopsy.
What you
Because
think,
each
Mel?
autopsy really leads to the same thing. No, I said I don't really think they need another autopsy. I think each autopsy, again, regardless of all of the different word phrases and different words that Mecklenburg uses, it still all leads back to the same thing, regardless of how they slice it. Even if they say it's non-determined, where if you say she had hypoxic ischemic, that's a brain injury. That's a cause of death.
Right. I think, and the only reason
So
I
how can the
suggest
cause
the
of death
third
be
one because
undetermined?
I I suggest that someone totally unbiased do an autopsy. That's why I suggest the third one. Mexico obviously has an interest in the way their autopsy was done. I think Mecklenburg has an interest in the way this autopsy was done because they don't want to take up charges or send a citizen back to Mexico. So I think we need an unbiased opinion. That's
I do
why I
too.
suggest a third autopsy.
I agree. I totally agree. Does
Let me
that?
let me let me read Cynthia super sticker. Appreciate that super sticker, Cynthia. Appreciate that super sticker, Cynthia. Come on, AA.
The way that summary that you read is leading towards the narrative of what they're trying to build,
Right.
and I don't like that. That's not comfortable with me. That doesn't sit right
I
because we
think
have.
that I
Go
think
ahead.
that they should have just given facts and facts only, Anonymous Angel. The fact that they
Exactly.
included so much speculation makes me believe that they was only on a mission to try and disprove Mexico's autopsy. So if you're
Exactly.
on a mission, tell me why you're on this mission. You're on this mission because you don't want to find evidence to support Mexico's autopsy. And that's because you don't want to support having to send any US citizen back to Mexico, per the
Exactly.
treaty. And for that reason, instead of you trying to find a cause for her unaliving, you're trying to disprove something that already occurred. And that's how this reads to me. So,
Exactly.
although they did a complete autopsy, when you get to the final paragraph of this summary, it's too much speculation. I don't want you to speculate based on the reports of the conniving, sneaky, no good snakes that were her travel mates slash unreal friends because they were the only ones who could have told you that she was found, in the bathroom or on the floor or whatever. So I don't want you to put any of their statements in your autopsy. You can't prove any of that happened or occurred. You were not there. I don't need you to
I agree,
speculate for me.
Nikki.
I want you to give me the facts and the facts only in your professional opinion in this medical report. So you did an autopsy on the body. Tell me what you found. Don't give me anything about she could have gotten up and drank more alcohol and it could have burned off. You don't know that. You wasn't there. And don't include any statements from what her snake friends told or said in any report. So to me, that just made it all ridiculous that they included that in the report. And so it just told me that you were trying to disprove something as opposed to looking for what really happened to this lady. And even though you told us what happened, you went on to say, but now we're going to say is undetermined.
Right.
Lack of oxygen isn't a determination, really. So, therefore, that's why I said I think a third unbiased autopsy from a unbiased party should be done. That's all.
Mhm. That's what I
And
was
it
trying to
doesn't
say.
negate the fact that it was said that the friends denied her going to the hospital. So
Right.
if she fell in the bathroom, she was there for 4 hours. So there's 4 hours that she was in the same house with someone after she was brutally attacked and nobody checked on her in 4 hours.
Right.
They didn't care to.
I mean, they even tried to put in here a suggestion that maybe she did have alcohol poisoning. I mean, like
That's
seriously, that's
right.
what they were, trying to insinuate. And I just
Mhm.
don't like this last paragraph at all. It's not based on anything factual other than what the liars, you know, told us from the beginning. So if you're gonna, base your report around some lies that were given, then I can't trust you either.
Now I believe the first doctor that did the autopsy did it correct, and I believe this guy came through to try to steer the narrative because it came correct.
Right. And so I'm agreeing with what Marty said. I'm agreeing with Lady D said. If Mecklenburg had wrote speculation, they could have given a cause of demise. Absolutely agree. Marty says a reputable person doing an autopsy is supposed to look at it with fresh eyes. She never seen comments about what someone else said about the deceased. I agree. All that makes sense. It does make sense that Santan says exactly, Nikki, a bunch of BS and conflict of interest. Exactly. So, I mean, it just makes you question, what was their intention in writing this report and doing this autopsy. It just tells me that they was trying to disprove what Mexico said more than trying to give us, the reason.
Mm-hmm. So we
And
have a
Tanza said, thank you, Nikki. That's what we wanted to point out. Good, because that's what we've been saying all along, at least, some of us. And so I'm glad we was able to arrive at that. That I don't think that they were trying to arrive at a conclusion at all.
No, they weren't.
Right.
It's clear. It's clear.
So the question is why?
You already know why.
So why was the United States trying to disprove Mexico's autopsy? Is that what you're saying, Squeak?
Yes.
I think we all can speculate. I have my own, opinion. And my opinion is just that they don't want to be involved in sending one of their U.S. citizens back to Mexico to face trial. I think that's it. I mean, we can go back and forth, over the logistics as to why and what it will mean, and if they start a precedent or whatever. But I think, in a nutshell, that's just what it boils down to. That's my opinion, and my opinion only. You know what I mean? I don't have any basis for that. I don't have any real support, evidence, factual information for that. But that's what it appears to me. I'm so sure some people may have another reason, for thinking it. But that's what I think. But I'm sure that this report shows that they weren't trying to be helpful.
I agree.
Right.
That right there
But
spins
this
the
is the
narrative.
kicker to that. Per the treaty that was the new treaty that was signed by Bill Clinton. So per the extradition, she's gonna have to go back. There's an agreement that they made in the treaty, regardless. If Mexico has a warrant for her arrest and they request extradition, it might take 1 year, 2 years, 3 or 4. She's going to have to go back because that's their agreement.
Okay, so Mel, I'm going to answer you, and then I'm
Now,
going to
if
tell
she
you
has an
that
attorney, I'm going to read. I'm going to go ahead. You can answer me, and then I'm going to find the information. I'm going to read it to you, but go ahead and answer.
So the short answer to that is, and Shank, I'm gonna try and work on a demonstration showing how the extradition and the treaty process works. But the short answer to that now in layman terms is the United States does not have to agree, or any country for that matter. So let me just not say the United States. Any country for that matter does not have to agree to send their citizen anywhere if they don't think that there's sufficient evidence to support the charge. That's the simple answer. If they don't think it's sufficient evidence to support the charge, they do not have to send their citizen anywhere. And that's what this autopsy is saying. We don't, and they came out and said it. We don't think there's sufficient evidence. So you can read what you found, and I can show it to you differently, where it says, if we don't think there's sufficient evidence to support the charge, a country does not have to send their citizen anywhere. And that's the catch-all. So that warrant, that extradition, whatever, can remain hanging there forever.
Slide in, Mel.
Give me a second. But I want to say, I may be wrong because we're going back so far. With all of the original, FBI doing the autopsy and all that. That wasn't on the basis of Dejanay being extradited. That was on the basis of the United States taking over the case. That was the basis of the autopsy. It had nothing to do with Dejanay being extradited to Mexico. That was
I
based
know you
on the
said
United
that, Mel.
States taking over the case.
I know you said that, but I
Oh,
disagree.
huh?
I think it served two purposes. I think it served both
Okay.
purposes. One, to see if they were going to do concurrent jurisdiction, and or to see if there was enough support to extradite their citizen.
Mhm.
And
Let her
I'm
finish.
telling you, it served
Okay,
both
I'm gonna go back
purposes.
in.
Let
Yeah,
her
I can.
finish,
I'm gonna
Nikki
go all
Lynn.
the way.
Let her
Yeah,
finish, Nikki. Come on, Mel.
I'll go all the way back there. But I'm almost positive that that was just to see if they could be tried in the United States. But um, I will. I will find the information, and and you could just whichever day you want to present it, and we. But I know, and I think I spoke about this last week because of that treaty. As far as United States extraditing U.S. citizens back to Mexico to stand trial, they normally do. And
Wait a minute,
because
say
of
that
that
again.
treaty, they both have each country has. They normally do. Even if I'm not saying that the people are convicted, but if there's an extradition warrant, they will extradite them back to stand trial. So what I'm
You have
saying,
to give
even
me
though
an
she's
example. I
extradited
don't
back
know
to
anybody
Mexico,
that sent
and
that.
okay, you don't know anybody that's been back because that's not something that we talk about in everyday life. I'm just being
Do you know of
honest.
anyone?
So basically, if you no, I
But do
don't
you know
know,
of
but
anyone?
I'll read this. I'll read this. No, I don't know because I don't know anyone that me personally don't know anyone that committed a crime in Mexico. Me personally, I don't know
Well, I
anybody
should hope
that
not,
has
Mel.
committed a crime. Most of the people I know have been in Mexico, right? But that's what you asked me. But what I'm saying
But
is,
I mean, you know what I
I
mean. Can you
because
cite a
everything we
case
talk,
where we have sent anybody over to Mexico for extradition? Because you said they normally do. And I would say,
I will,
I would argue against it and say
I
we
will,
normally don't.
I will. Okay, when you find the information that we normally don't, and we'll match it up together. However,
No, I'm going to do
it's
one
all
better.
about
I'm
the
just going to
respect of the
create
two
a
countries.
flow chart.
You gotta let her land, Nikki Lynn. You gotta let her land. Come on, Mel.
Thank you. So it's all about the respect of the two countries. So if the United States expects extradition from Mexico to the United States, it has to be a mutual respect, and that's what they have. Now, it may take 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, but because Mexico has a warrant for her arrest based on their investigations, she will have to go back to stand trial. Now, if her lawyer can prove that that didn't happen, then she won't be, you know, it'll be just like United States, she's guilty, she's not guilty. But she is going to have to go back eventually.
Okay, Mel, I'll
Not
wait.
based on the United States autopsy, based on Mexico's, just based on their investigation and what they are charging her with. I know we're all waiting.
Okay, Mel.
But while we're here, we're gonna be here all night. I'm gonna find the information that I have that I read that basically says not just saying Dejanay, but that basically states that the United States has to honor that commitment, and vice versa.
I,
Those two
they
countries
and
with
I'm
the
telling
treaty
you,
with mutual
Mel, that
respect.
they don't. I'm telling you that the caveat
Don't
that the way that they get around it
don't tell
is
me, nigga. Show
that and I will show you.
Don't
I'm
tell me.
gonna
Show me.
show you, and you're gonna
Okay.
find it yourself in your Googles that the way that they get around it
I'm
is
looking.
by
I'm looking for it
saying
right
they do not have to send their citizen to another country if they don't think there's enough evidence to support the charge. It's just that simple. That's how
I
they
hear
get
you.
around it.
Now tell me
Okay.
tell me where
Now
to
you
find it. Tell me where to find it, and I'll go right to it.
Google the treaty. I
What you
read
just
the
said.
whole treaty. Google it.
I'm
I'm
looking
telling
at
you, it's there.
it, right?
That's how they get
I'm
around
looking
it.
at it right now.
Okay, read it.
So they've actually put in the treaty. Give me a second. They actually put in the treaty how they're going to get around it. So how could they have a mutual respect with the country that both extradite back and forth? How could the United States say, well, let me put this in the treaty? It's just a little get around that says we don't have to do what we require of Mexico. That's not fair, Nikki. But I'm gonna read. I'm gonna finish reading. I'm gonna outline that what you just said. Give me a second, and y'all carry
Okay.
on.
All right. Okay. So
We're
let me
just
say
brilliant
this.
minds coming together.
Let me just say this.
Say it. Show it to me. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me show this to you by saying it. And we see what has not happened. So I'm going to wait, just like everyone else, for the more evidence that the United States has said they needed to move forward. I know. Okay, go ahead now. Go ahead. Go ahead. I know you think it's only
It's
for
even
them to
said
take on
that.
a case. I promise you it's not. I
Let me
promise you it's not just for them to take on this case now.
let me slide in for a second, and then Nikki, we gotta let Mel land. But let me just slide in.
Thank you keep saying that, but I'm talking when she cuts me off. But okay, because I'm getting ready to drop down anyway, but it's fine.
Let me read this super chat from Juanita. Juanita says, I believe the DOJ want this to go away, period. So here's the
I agree.
thing. Here's the thing when it comes to the case. You got the warrant from Mexico. You got the U.S. investigation. That investigation is coming from the FBI out of the North Carolina branch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, those are separate investigations. It's separate case. The U.S. already came forward and spoke on they're not prosecuting nobody unless some new evidence comes up. That's what Sue Ann Robinson is saying. Okay, fine. Y'all not gonna prosecute nobody. Okay, fine. We don't like it, but we can move forward from that because we still have this warrant over here from Mexico. The U.S. has to do two things. The U.S. has to honor that warrant, start the process, the extradition and all that by honoring that warrant, or they have to give the reason why they're not going to honor it. That reason could be we don't feel as though it's safe for our U.S. citizen to go to Mexico. Then they will have to go through that process of, okay, U.S. feels as though the U.S. citizen ain't safe. Okay, on what grounds? Okay, because we don't like the way y'all run y'all prison, whatever it may be. But they have to give a reason. They have to give a cause. Now, we don't know what they're going to come back and say, but they got to come back and they got to give their reason why they're not sending her back, why they're not going to honor that. Now we're looking at the treaty. All countries have to honor those treaties. Come on in, Nikki.
Okay. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm waiting for them to say we're going to send her back.
So so let's do this, y'all. Let's do this. Because everybody feels as though femicide is not in the treaty. Everybody feels as though they shouldn't have put femicide on the paperwork. Some people feels as though the femicide only is held for a man, unallowing a female. let's listen to what the lead attorney is saying. All right.
Wait a minute. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was getting ready to read something in the treaty.
You go
I was
ahead,
just getting ready to read something in the treaty.
You good?
For those who want to follow along with me, I'm on page 9 of 32 in the treaty. And it basically says, however, like most extradition agreements, the treaty between the United States and Mexico does not obligate either party to hand over its own nationals. Bam. In recent years, extraditions of Mexican nationals to face trial in the United States have been the exception rather than the norm. Thus, if it is determined that a suspect is a citizen of the country, an Article 4 prosecution is generally the best way to proceed. But if the suspect is indeed an American citizen, in most cases, an extradition request will be honored by Mexico. The extradition process is useful for securing the return of an American suspect to the United States at the United States request if the individual was wanted for committing a crime in the United States territory. And it goes back and forth. But, and I mean, you can go on and read and read and read and read. But however, I'm just going to go back to what I just read. However, like most extradition agreements, the treaty between the United States and Mexico does not obligate either party to hand over its own nationals, which is what I just said. And Mel said, show it to me in the treaty. Is on page 9, Mel. If anybody want to disagree with me, go to page 9 of the treaty and look it up. It does not obligate you to hand over your own national. That's what I said. And you can speculate as to why. John Q said that extradition has to be requested. However, it does not have to be honored. That's what I said. Thank you.
All right, let me go to the actual femicide.
I don't think femicide is the problem, but go ahead.
I don't think so either. And if I might add, that summary that you read, Nikki Lynn, seals the deal with the narrative they're trying to drive. So therefore,
well, that's right. I'm sorry, Anonymous Angel. Go ahead, complete your thought, please.
So therefore, that is the answer. They haven't charged anyone, so there's nothing going to move. Nothing's going to move based on what that guy, the damage he did in that autopsy. And I say damage because of the obvious.
Okay, and so I'm just going to reiterate because Juanita says they have to give a reason. They gave the reason. They said we don't have enough evidence to support it.
But that's
they didn't say exactly like that. Okay, all right.
Let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that when I tell y'all I worked in the system for 16 years and I know on what I speak of, if I don't know, I'm going to research and I'm going to give it to you the best way that I can. Although I never worked for extradition with another country, I work with extradition from state to state. And I do know some of what I'm speaking of. But if I don't know the answer, I wasn't making it up. And you guys asked me to find it. I just found it. I told you what page to go to it and look for it for. I understand if you don't want to hear me out on saying that the U.S. did their autopsy and that's not what their investigation is about. I'm telling you, this investigation and this autopsy was clearly done to support them not sending back Dejanay to Mexico. But we can argue that at a different time. I'm telling you that the treaty, and I just read it where they said it does not have to be, they are not obligated to send back their national. So anything other than that, y'all can just go on and come up with different reasons as to why, but it clearly says it in the treaty.
As well as the autopsy.
Now let me slide in. Okay. You got the FBI, the North Carolina branch. They came back They said that they're not going to prosecute nobody. That's what they said. I can't get around it. Can't nobody get around it. They don't have to prosecute nobody. They're saying they're not going to prosecute nobody because the friends all agreed that Shanquella agreed on the fight. So the FBI branch is saying they ain't prosecuting none of them unless some new evidence come up. That's their investigation. That's their investigation. Sue Ann went to the DOJ in DC, something completely separate. Remember, she already dealt with the North Carolina branch of the FBI pertaining them prosecuting the Cabo Six. Okay, the North Carolina branch of the FBI not going to prosecute them. Fine. That's why she went to the DOJ for the DOJ to get on top of or honor that warrant. That's two different things.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying, Shank. I'm not saying that she's not trying to garner support to get it to
listen to what I'm saying. Contrary to the people's choice, I need you to listen to what I'm saying. We both are saying the same thing. We both are saying the same thing, Nikki Lynn. You're speaking on behalf of the North Carolina branch of the FBI. Yeah, you're right about that. I'm speaking on that warrant. We saying the same thing.
Saying that she's not trying to continue to garner support for the federal, for the FBI to take this further and move forward with it. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the treaty says they're not obligated to do it. So I'm not saying Sue Ann and Ben Crump and the team isn't working their butt off to try and get it to happen. Please don't misunderstand me. That's not what I'm saying.
That's
I don't
not
want anybody.
What I'm saying, Nikki Lynn. You missing every and anything that's coming out my mouth. That's not what I'm saying. I let you land. I let you land for a whole hour. I ain't say nothing, Nikki. You gotta let me and Mel and other people land when it's our time to land.
I'm not arguing with you. I don't understand what I'm not arguing with you. I'm not against what you're saying. I'm not arguing with you at all. I agree. I agree with what you just said about what Sue Ann is trying to do. And I'm not contradicting you. I'm really not. And that's not what my point was. So I agree with you. I had no hey, I don't have no smoke with you, Shane. Don't come for me. This not even about what you just said. I don't have no smoke with you. I agree. I'm not saying that that's not what she's trying to do and what she hopes to achieve. I agree. That's what we all want. So please don't get me wrong. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying why this report was written this way and why I think the U.S. is acting the way that it is thus far. If you can please understand what I'm saying. I don't disagree with you, Shane. I don't want no smoke. Don't throw me those nasty hot dogs. I don't want them. That's not what I'm saying. I agree that what she's doing and what they're trying to do to get them to honor the warrant and the extradition process is what's supposed to happen. So I agree with you. That's not what I'm saying. I was just saying what the treaty said that it did not have to be honored. That's all.
Squeak or AA, y'all want to slide in before I go to this clip?
No, go to the clip, man. Let's move forward.
Yeah, go to clip.
Shanquella's case, that didn't happen. None of them were arrested. They were all allowed to return to the United States.
Por eso es que la Procuraduría de Justicia en un comunicado de prensa que emitió hace unos días.
That's why the prosecutors sent out an arrest warrant against Shanquella, but also said that other people are under investigation. There was a cover-up, apparently. There was some omission of information. So possibly the doctor and the police that were there are also under investigation, since they had front row seats to the whole thing.
Exactamente todo lo que había ocurrido. Y
And if they changed if the doctor and the police changed their story to protect the tourist consortium, to protect the image for the tourists, if the doctor lied, then the doctor and the police will also have to face justice in Mexico. That's called a cover-up. It's omission. So it's a very delicate situation. And so now we're asking, hey, well, what about Shanquella's friends, right? What about them? They were there, right? And maybe not all of them were there, but at least 2 or 3 were there. There was a person that recorded it. That was the other person in the end who interfered a little bit. The girl that comes from the back, she arrives, she gets there, she's looking, and then when the video ends, that's when she comes in. No se puede ver la cara de. Okay, so let me stop it right here just to make sure that we're all up to date about.
We pretty much know he messed up. He ain't mean to say Shanquella had a warrant. We pretty much know he meant Dejanay. But this is what I spoke on early on as far as that other investigation. It was an investigation way back in November against, the doctor, the police as well, because how was it that the police received that phone call 5:30 in the afternoon that Shanquella had been beaten? So how was it that the travel mates was able to leave from over there? Now, 5:30 that afternoon, they got the phone call. The police got that phone call from a Donovan female stating that she had been beaten way before the doctor announced Shanquella unalive. But we know that, according to the doctor in the autopsy, is discrepancies, because according to the autopsy, Shanquella been gone. She was been gone. Let me jump to another one.
What's the problem with that? Like 3 hours had passed from the time that the doctor was notified, which was at 2 something, and then the time the doctor declared her dead, which was 5 something. What's the problem? The problem is that there was an autopsy. If you practice criminal law, you find out something very quickly about these damn forensics people. These autopsy people, these doctors, they're scientists. They can pin stuff down very quickly because it's backed by science. And so the coroner is looking at the body, and the coroner says, no, this body, this person died 15 minutes after the injury. How do we know? Who knows? They're the fucking doctors. They're the experts. So the doctors say from the time the neck was broken and the 2 vertebrae were injured to the death, like according to what a human can do, 15 minutes max. But the doctor says, no, when I was there, we were trying to take her to the hospital, and then I was trying to give her an IV. The doctor put in there that she started to convulse and she lost control of her bowels. She had a relaxation of the sphincter. The doctor said that the paramedic from the Cruz Roja was there. If you read the police report, the doctor talks about how she began to have a seizure. I mean, all of this was happening over a period of hours. Then at 5:47, 5:30, 5:47, that's when the doctor declared her dead. The autopsy says she'd been dead. She was dead hours ago. Honestly, she might have been dead by the time the doctor arrived.
To the part when he mentioned that the police got a call from a Donovan stating that Shanquella had been beaten.
Yeah, it was impressive that you were able to get the police report. Y igual y había unas contradicciones entre ese reporte And to be honest, there were contradictions between the police report that you got and the autopsy, right? What did the police report say? Can you explain to us what the police report said? Yes, the police report kind of shows what happened during that time. The police received information that Shanquella was beaten. They received the call from a girl named Donovan. She called 911 and she requested the presence of an ambulance. That happened.
So either they're lying right there, or either in the police report, they got a call around 5:30 in the afternoon that Shanquella had been beaten. Now, I don't know. I'll leave that up to y'all to decide whether or not Zuningwa and the lead attorney was lying right there. But y'all just heard him say the police received a call, a 911 call. They needed an ambulance, but they also stated that Shanquella had been beaten. Am I the only one that heard that?
Nope.
I heard it.
According to what I know about Spanish translation, I think he was on point with what he was saying. He was interpreting pretty much correctly.
He said it in that clip. Let me run it back. Marty didn't hear it, but let me run it back. Marty didn't hear it. Marty says she didn't hear it in that clip, but I heard. That's why I asked everybody else, did they hear the same thing that I heard?
Play it
I
back.
heard him say, I'll play it back for you, Marty.
Yeah, it was impressive that you were able to get the police report.
Y igual y había unas contradicciones entre ese reporte y
And to be honest, there were contradictions between the police report that you got and the autopsy, right? What did the police report say? Can you explain to us what the police report said? Yes, the police report kind of shows what happened during that time. The police received information that Shanquella was beaten. They received the call.
I need to play it again. He just said that they received a call that Shanquella had been beaten. Did anybody else hear the same thing that I heard?
I heard it.
Squeak, Mel, Nikki Lynn.
Yeah, I heard it. There's also a video.
Yes, I heard
an audio recording of the 911 call.
I heard it, but I think it's open for interpretation. I don't know if he's like talking in a run-on sentence and he just didn't stop with, a period or not. I don't know if he's saying a sentence and then didn't stop and then said another sentence. So I'm not sure if I understand what he's trying to get across. I don't know if he gave us two different sentences or one whole sentence, if that makes sense. So I don't want to speculate. I think I know he's talking about Winter Donovan, but I don't know if he's saying we received a call that she was beaten and then Winter Donovan called for an ambulance. I don't know if he told us that Winter Donovan said she was beaten. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'll let Mel, I think Mel back. I'll let Mel or Nikki Lynn, you can finish. I'll get to my commentary later on. It's an all-nighter, so I want to make sure y'all get what y'all need to get out there. So
no, you asked the question. That's what I was saying. I'm not sure that I really understand what he was trying to say because of the way he said it.
Right.
It's just like sometimes I don't know if he's giving us a run-on sentence and he just forgot to include some punctuation or not.
You was here last night with us, right, when I played that, wasn't you, when everybody was shot?
Yeah, and it was the same for me last night, and I think a few other people in the chat where we were kind of thinking that he said it can be interpreted both ways. Honestly, we would really never know unless we asked them. I really can't believe that Winter would have called and said she was beaten,
I
because
can't
that would
believe
mean she
none of
was.
them. I,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
that's
believe
true.
none of them. You know,
That's true. Because wouldn't that mean that she was outing herself and her friends, saying that this girl was beaten?
yeah, it's. I mean, that don't. But see, that's why I backtracked it, because so much was said, but it's like, can it be taken for the truth, or is it just a lie? It's like we heard a lot coming from them. We heard a lot coming from Gerald. We heard a lot coming from Zuningwa. We heard a lot coming from the lead attorney. But do it make it facts?
Oh, and that was my point last night, Shane. That was the biggest concern I had, because the lead attorney is interpreting what Zuniga said himself. Because I don't speak Spanish, fluently like that. I don't really know if he's interpreting everything he said correctly. So that's another for me.
May I
Like, is
slightly?
he telling us exactly what he said?
Well,
Go
we
ahead,
can
April.
give him some credit. We could give him some credit because he practiced law in Mexico for 6 years.
Hmm.
So he has to know something.
I gotta
No, I'm not
acknowledge.
saying he didn't.
Let
Yeah,
me.
go ahead.
My bad. I just gotta acknowledge the super chat. Appreciate that super chat. Appreciate that super chat, Trelane. Let me read Trelane's super chat. I'm interpreting Winter called for an ambulance at 2:30 and requested an ambulance. Later on, someone called around 5:30 and said she was beaten. Who called and said she was beaten is the question.
Mm.
Right. Yeah.
What if that was Nazir? What if that was Nazir?
Strong possibility. I
Because I remember
can't.
Shell, I was having a discussion about that second ambulance. And remember they were saying that the concierge said that he got a call because a second ambulance um, was requested, and he wanted to know, I think, from the doctor, did she request an ambulance? What if that was Nazir?
Good point. I mean, good point. It's.
And the reason why I'm saying this, and I want to go back just a little bit. We haven't talked about Nazir in a minute, but remember how we always thought that everything he said was a clue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So remember when he said
What
how he
about the
was
doctor?
rubbing her head? Uh-uh. How he was rubbing her head. And then he said, I didn't notice the bump, but I noticed a busted eye. Maybe he did notice the bump, and that was a clue that he noticed a bump on her head. But because he said bump, but he also said he was rubbing her head. So of course he had to notice the bump on her head.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was a clue that he was giving out, that he noticed the bump on her head. Maybe he called that second ambulance. Because we all agree that Nazir had to see something. Like, he had to see something more than a busted eye. Or maybe he just
Especially with the
secretly called the
doctor.
police.
Especially with
Maybe
the
he
doctor.
he secretly called the police. That's just a thought. I'm not saying it was him, but I'm just saying.
So
For
that
when I,
being said, let's talk about the part where the concierge said he saw one of the guys on the phone outside, and then Dejanay was running back and forth inside and outside talking to this person. Like, what would she be doing? What if that was Nazir making that phone call? Maybe she saw him and was asking him who was he talking to. You see what I'm saying? It could tie.
That was Khalil and Dejanay walking back and forth
Did
on the
he
phone.
identify them as such?
Yes, that's
He
what
did.
the concierge said on the
Okay.
statement.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm wrong. Is John Q still in the building?
And what's her name? Diamond. I mean Winter. She's the one that made the 911 call, and that's what they saying.
Mm-hmm.
She made the 911 call and said she was beaten.
Hmm.
That's what they said.
Yeah, I'm with Nikki. Maybe his sentences ran in together. If she's already there and they've already got the narrative of alcohol poisoning, why would she then call to say that Shanquella was beaten? If Nazir called his mama, it's possible that he called 911.
Let me run it back. Let me run the whole clip. Let me run the whole clip, y'all.
Yeah, it was impressive that you were able to get the police report. Y igual y había unas contradicciones entre ese reporte y and to be honest, there were contradictions between the police report that you got and the autopsy, right? What did the police report say? Can you explain to us what the police report said?
Policía,
Yes,
como una especie de retrato
the police report
que se vivió en ese momento
kind of shows what happened
reciben ellos
during
información
that time.
de que
The police
Shanquella
received information
está golpeada.
that
Reciben
Shanquella
una
was
llamada
beaten.
que hace
They
una chica
received the
amiga de ella de
call
apellido Donovan. Hace
from
una
a girl
llamada al
named
911 y
Donovan. She
solicita la
called
presencia de una
911 and
ambulancia.
she requested the presence of an
Eso
ambulance.
sucedió alrededor de las 5 de la tarde más
That
o
happened
menos
around
cuando
5:30 in
ella
the
hace la llamada
afternoon, more or less.
del día 29 de
She
octubre
makes
hace
the
la
call on
llamada.
October 29th, the 911
Entonces,
call.
al entrar la llamada,
When the 911
la
call comes
policía
in,
automáticamente avisa a la Cruz Roja y
the
vienen
police
ellos
call the
también
Red
por
Cross.
una emergencia. Entonces, cuando ellos
So the Red
llegan al
Cross
lugar,
also comes.
dice que se
When they
entrevistan
arrive at the villa,
con una doctora
they
que
meet with a
estaba ahí
doctor who was already there.
y le preguntan que sí, ¿qué pasó?
They asked
La
the
doctora
doctor
da
what
una
happened.
explicación muy general
The doctor gave a
diciendo
general
que a ella le hablaron
explanation
a las 2:03 de la tarde, 2:13 minutos
that
de la
she got
tarde
a
más o
call
menos.
around 2:30
Le
in the
llama
afternoon
para solicitarle su servicio.
to request
Ella
her
va
help.
al lugar.
So the doctor
Una
goes
hora
to the
después de haber
villa. It
recibido la
takes her about
llamada
an hour.
y dice que cuando llega encuentra a Shanquella
She
en un
says that when she
estado
gets there, she finds
muy
Shanquella
vulnerable,
in a
con
very
muy poca
vulnerable state.
escasa habla, no puede casi hablar.
She can barely speak.
Y la encuentra semi inconsciente,
The
¿no?
doctor finds
Entonces
her
que
like
trata de
half conscious.
reanimarla, no puede, que los amigos le
She tries to
solicitan
revive her, but the doctor
que
can't.
haga que le
The
inyecte
friends are asking her to give her an
suero, que
IV
porque
because she had drunken
consumido
a lot
demasiado
of
alcohol, es lo que
alcohol.
dicen los amigos.
That's what the friends were
Y la
saying.
doctora la ve, la diagnostica y dice,
The
no, que se
doctor
la tienen
looks
que
at her,
llevar.
diagnoses her, and says,
Pero los
"No, we
amigos
have
se
to take her
niegan,
to
dicen
the
que no,
hospital."
que ahí
But
la
the
atienda,
friends
que se le va a
refuse.
pasar, que ahí la atienda.
I slide in.
That sounds about correct. But he's saying, it. You know, this is really messed up because these people are constantly pushing alcohol poisoning, alcohol poisoning, alcohol poisoning. You know, and clearly the nurse or the doctor sees that this girl needs to go to the hospital. She sees what's happened to this girl. Nobody's blind to it. She's seen it before. So when she's saying she got to take this girl to the hospital, They refused to let her go. She refused to stand up and say she's going. Okay, we already talked about that. But clearly, these people are trying to push, excuse my expression, the ish out of this alcohol poison narrative. Okay, and this is where basically the truth is in our face. The doctor saw what happened. What they're telling her ain't matching up with what she sees. Apparently, she agreed to try to work on the girl. Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. When we know, well, I can't say. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, that baby was already transitioned or was transitioning by the time she got there. Okay, so her trying to put anything or do anything for this baby wasn't going to work. She was complying with the friend. Like, now, going back to the earlier part of what the lead attorney was saying, what is wrong here? The time frame that doctor was there. We know by the time at least by the time the doctor was there, Shanquella was already transitioned. We already know that. What were you doing within those hours? Because everything happened so quickly by the time the doctor got there. That's going by that narrative. And so the question remains, what were you doing those other 2 or 3 hours? What was going on for real? You standing there looking at it, trying to talk to these people and let them know that, hey, what were you negotiating? And then my next question is the doctor in the Mexican jail, which is why she couldn't talk to her. Sue Ann Robinson couldn't talk to her. Was she in jail and did nobody tell her? Was she locked away somewhere as a witness? Mexican witness protection. Because they knew somehow that Suzanne Robinson was on her way down there. Because that doctor holds the key to the truth. She's one of them. And the police maybe not, because they came after the fact, truth be told, after she had transitioned. It's the doctor who's key, as we always say. She knows what really happened. She knows what she saw. She knows. Because apparently she immediately said she got to go to the hospital. Checking her out, seeing the bruises, seeing yeah, that girl was beat. He saw her. She saw that. Any doctor would see that. Okay? So, what happened? And I stand back.
I think Suntan probably hit the nail on the head. Suntan says if the truth ever comes out, all of our wigs are going to be blown back. I think so. I think so because once again, there's so much that's out there. I mean, from the motive, we really don't know what the motive is. From the cover up, we don't know who's behind the cover up. From just any and everything, why they done it. It's so much. We know it's a cover up now.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely a cover up, at the center of attention is the King and the Hairston. We got these autopsies. We got all these different things. We got Zuningua. We got the lead attorney. The lead attorney says he knows Spanish very good, but is he interpreting whatever Zuningua is saying correct?
Pretty much.
Is Zuningua just throwing stuff out there to have everybody twisted, thinking one way?
May I slide in?
Come on.
Let's go back to what the concierge said and match them up. The concierge said what he said. Now, it can't be too much different. And from what I understand from the interpretation, he was pretty much interpreting correctly. Certain words I was looking for, I heard it. So, I know a little bit of Spanish. So I did hear certain things that sounded correct. Match them up. Match up. What did the concierge say? What was the time frames the concierge say? There's gonna be a little difference because we don't know what if the report that he so-called found is 100 on the time, but we do know certain instances match up. The concierge knows that Winter Donovan made a phone call to the ambulance. It was mentioned in the clip you just saw. See, there was something else, a couple things. So, I mean, what I'm saying in short, something is to that. Because I was listening as well as, remembering what the concierge was saying and matching them up. Maybe we need to pull out that and match them up again. See what we could see that matches up with what that clip you showed us is telling us.
Hey, excuse me, Anonymous Angel Shank. I need to drop down. Thank you for having me up. Um, thanks Mel, thanks Shank, AA and Squeak. But I'm dropping down, guys.
I appreciate you, Nikki Lynn.
Okay, going back to the chat. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide down too.
I appreciate you, Squeak.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Come on, AA.
Is John Q still in the building?
No, John Q left.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because he also could probably put some input on it, but as we can see as we go back, things I'm gonna tell you things are starting to match up now. A timeline somewhat is apparent, and I'm basing it off of what that clip. I'm basing it off a lot of things, but right now, that clip and with the concierge, the one that was servicing the villa, not the supervisor, the one that was servicing the villa. His content, I mean his statement is matching up kind of with what um this clip was saying. So a timeline is reforming, if you can see it. But the problem is, some of that time that doctor was there, it's askew. It's askew. I have a problem, just like the lead attorney said. I have a problem with the time frame that she was there. What were you doing in those 2 hours? I have a feeling they were starting. Maybe they were taking. Maybe the police that arrived was taking pictures. doing, certain things, asking questions. They had to be because this baby was gone. She probably pronounced her later on after the police took their pictures and did what they did. I don't know what all they did, but you had to do something. They can't just, leave and say, okay, everybody go home. It's not that. They have to write a report. They were called there to investigate. They have to write some sort of a report. That is what I'm interested in seeing is the report, the actual report from these police officers that showed up. That would give us an idea of another timeline that we can work with.
The whole shebang says, I told y'all the Mexicans fed us the story according to the video they all watched, starting with the reporter, then the maid, then the doctor, then the concierge, then the autopsy, all rehearsed.
It could be.
Okay, Shank, I want to respond to that. So if everything is rehearsed, what's real? Because now we have an African American attorney that speaks fluent Spanish that practiced law in Mexico for 6 years. Now we're questioning whether or not he's interpreting or the Spanish correctly. None of us speak Spanish, so now we need to go and have his interpretation of Spanish. And if you look at that clip in small, he's also using Google Translator. So we have that. And then with the woo shebang chow, she says, I told y'all the Mexican fed us the story. According to the video, they all watched, starting with the reporter, then the maid, then the doctor, then the concierge, then the autopsy, all rehearsed. So if that is all rehearsed, number one, what is the truth? And number two, how did Shanquella become unalive? Because something in all of that has to be the truth. But if none of that is true, if it's all rehearsed, what is the truth? And that's my question for the whole shebang. It's a question.
That's a good question. Basically, in this case, what the lead attorney was interpreting was what he was told. We have to keep that in mind.
Well, it's not basically what he's interpreting, just questioning his interpretation and his response of understanding the Spanish and then responding. Now we got to question that. So right now we're questioning everything. So right now I'm just gonna wait for that response from the Wu Shebang. Like if everything is rehearsed, what is the truth? Because it seems like we're looking at all the wrong places.
What do you think is the truth, Mel?
Okay. So I before it came up, I do see the response from the Wu Shebang. She says, the lead attorney does not have any reason to lie. I agree. The truth is they are covering up for that doctor. Okay. So let's explore that. How did the doctor come about treating Shanquella? Then that question is for the Wu Shebang. Why was the doctor treating Shanquella? Was she treating Shanquella for alcohol poisoning?
Let me go to some clips, Mel.
All right, Shank. Hopefully she'll come up on the panel, but if not, I can just read her responses from the chat.
se liberó para
right now I'm questioning why
was
was
something
the
that
doctor
was
there in
given
the
some
first
money
place.
Alguien que
to allow
participe
them to
en una
leave.
riña de ese tipo se vaya así como si nada.
It's not common for
Joven extranjera,
it's like
Shanquella,
they
me dijeron en Los Cabos.
Shanquella is a
Entonces les pedí los datos de ella y lo que
is
yo
a young American. She's a
fue-
foreigner. Things about Mexico. So he's like, listen, I don't know if you noticed in the video, but the woman that was attacking Shanquella, she declared her dead.
Dice ella que estuvo apoyando un paramédico de la Cruz
She
Roja
said
que
that
llega
one
a la
of the
ambulancia cuando estaba policía,
workers from the Red Cross, one of the
y la trató de
paramedics, was
atender,
also helping her out, trying to treat her.
pero no se puede. Esa
But
parte
it wasn't possible.
es clave en este tema porque se pudiera decir
Now, this
que
part is
retrata lo
key
que sucedió,
because
¿verdad? Sin embargo, es
it
contradictorio
shows one
con
side of what happened,
con la
but
necropsia de
it's
ley o
contradictory
con
to what
la
the
certificado de
autopsy
defunción.
says and what
Porque
the
el
death
certificado
certificate
de defunción
says.
dice muy claro
The
que
death certificate says very clearly
Shanquella, después de ser agredida, fallece a los 15 minutos
that after she
y
was
da una hora
attacked,
exacta,
Shanquella
y
died
es a las 3
15
de la
minutes
tarde.
later. And
La
it gives the
doctora
exact
dijo
time
que
at 3 in the afternoon.
estaría llegando entonces a las
But
3
according to
de
the
la
doctor's
tarde.
version,
O sea,
she would have
llegó
been
cuando
getting
ya había
there at
fallecido
that time.
Shanquella.
So
Entonces, lo
the
único
autopsy
que
says that the doctor,
esa es la sospecha que hay.
when the doctor
O
arrived,
sea,
she
¿qué
would have
pasó
seen
de las
Shanquella already
3:15
dead.
que
So
ella
that's the
llegó
suspicion.
a las 5:47
At
que la
3:15,
declaró
when the
muerta?
doctor
Pasaron
arrived,
varias
she was
horas.
already dead, but the doctor declared
Entonces,
her
eso es lo
dead
que
at
está investigando
5:47.
la
So
Procuraduría. ¿Por qué?
several hours have
Porque la
passed.
información que ella,
So
que la
this is why the
doctora
Attorney General's
proporcionó es
office is investigating the
contradictoria a la
doctor
necropsia.
because the doctor's information
No
contradicts the
concuerda la
autopsy.
información. Entonces,
The information doesn't
parte de los
match.
policías cuando llegaron al lugar,
Also, when the
estaban
police
los 6
arrived at the
amigos de
scene,
Shanquella,
the 6
estaban
friends of
ahí en el lugar
Shanquella were
y
there.
tampoco los detuvieron.
And they
No
didn't, the
aplicaron el
police did not
protocolo que aquí en
detain them.
México se
The police
utiliza,
didn't follow the
que cuando hay
protocol that's used
se puede
there
decir
in
un
Mexico.
homicidio de ese tipo,
In
o
Mexico,
una
when there's a
agresión,
homicide like
o
that,
lo que sea,
when there's an
y tú
assault or
estás en un
whatever,
lugar y alguien fallece,
if you're there at the
en una
place and
reunión de
someone
amigos y alguien
dies,
fallece, tú no te puedes ir,
you
quedas
can't leave.
arrestado hasta que no se
You
esclarezca
are
lo que pasó.
arrested until the
En el
situation
caso de
is
Shanquella
clarified.
no fue así.
But
Ninguno fue
in
arrestado.
Shanquella's case, that didn't
A todos los
happen.
dejaron ir para
None
que
of
se
them
regresaran
were
a Estados
arrested.
Unidos.
They were all allowed
Entonces,
to
ese
return
es
to
el
the
problema
United
que hay ahorita.
States.
Por eso es que
Shanquella's case, that didn't
a todos los
happen.
dejaron ir para
None
que se
of them
regresaran
were
a Estados
arrested.
Unidos.
They were all allowed
Entonces,
to
ese
return
es
to
el
the
problema
United
que hay ahorita.
States.
Por eso es que la Procuraduría de Justicia en un comunicado de prensa que emitió hace unos días
That's why
explicaba que
the prosecutors
giró orden de arresto contra la
sent
agresora de
out
Shanquella, pero que
an
estaba bajo
arrest warrant
investigación
against
otras
Shanquella,
personas
but
por
also said
encubrimiento
that
y
other
omisión.
people are
¿Qué
under
significa?
investigation.
Que tiene
There was a
objetos de
cover-up,
investigación.
apparently. There was some omission
Posiblemente la
of
doctora y a los policías.
information.
¿Por qué? Porque están
So
ellos,
possibly the
ellos fueron los que
doctor
estuvieron
and the police that were there are
se puede
also
decir que en primera
under
fila,
investigation, since they had front row
llegan
seats
al
to the
lugar
whole
y se
thing.
enteran de todo, exactamente de todo lo que había ocurrido. Y si ellos cambiaron su versión para proteger
And if they changed if the doctor and the police changed their story to protect the tourist consortium, to protect the image for the tourists, if the doctor lied, then the doctor and the police will also have to face justice in Mexico. That's called a cover-up. It's omission. So it's a very delicate situation. And so now we're asking, hey, well, what about Shanquella's friends, right? What about them? They were there, right? And maybe not all of them were there, but at least 2 or 3 were there. There was a person that recorded it. That was the other person in the end who interfered a little bit. The girl that comes from the back, she arrives, she gets there, she's looking, and then when the video ends, that's when she comes in. No se puede ver la cara de. Okay, so let me stop it right here just to make sure that we're all up to date about what's.
Let me read the whole shebang comment. The whole shebang says, obviously, that doctor did something wrong. Why else would she leave her job? And Sue Ann couldn't speak with that doctor. Why else would the FBI say insufficient evidence? The 6 was questioned already.
I get that. I mean, I can understand that. But if he said that when the doctor got there, her immediate assessment of Shanquella was that Shanquella needed to go to the hospital. So if that was her immediate assessment based on what she saw, and the friends refused, so now what actions did she take that were wrong, other than taking control of the situation and getting Shanquella put into an ambulance?
See, here's my thing, everybody. My thing is this. My thing is what's still standing. The warrant. Now, why did Mexico issue a warrant for the main aggressor? Obviously, Mexico had enough proof to charge the main aggressor with femicide. I want us to just stay there. I want us to stay there. What made Mexico issue a warrant for the main aggressor's arrest? They said once they saw that footage. So now let's backtrack. So now they see the footage. So now, okay, the main aggressor is charged with femicide. Femicide is the unaliving of a female, and it could be perpetrated at the hands of a man or a female. The reason why Dejanay gets the femicide and Dejanay is a female is because of the extremely violence that was surrounding it. Of course, Dejanay fled the country. Also, the abandoning of the body, invading Shanquella's privacy, the video recording. So that's why they give her the femicide. So what made them issue that warrant? The video. That's what was told to us. What do we see on the video? We saw Shanquella being attacked. 9 out of 10 don't feel as though that's enough evidence on that video to say that what we saw on that video, I'm not talking about the alleged extended footage. I'm not talking about all of that. I'm talking about that video that we saw Dejanay attacking Shanquella. So why did they issue the warrant for Dejanay as the main aggressor? And why hasn't the U.S. honored it? That's the ping pong match. That's the ping pong match. So now we got to sort through the ping pong match. We got to sit back and watch the ping pong match. Because now we're trying to figure out why the FBI didn't prosecute them. We trying to figure out why the warrant ain't being honored. We still trying to figure out. We scratching at each other. Good point, Ebek. Ebek says Mexico want DJ and the U.S. want the doctor. Good question. Not good question, good point. My bad. Good point of view. Maybe that's the case right there. Maybe that's the case. Mexico want DJ, U.S. want the doctor. Let me jump to another comment.
Yeah, but the U.S. can't do anything with the doctor.
Hold tight, Mel. Hold tight. Shank, because they saw the video, so they fed us what they saw and what we saw. It's easy to point the unalive on DJ. According to the video, it was an easy blame. I could take that. Come on in, Mel.
Right. So with that being said, why was the doctor there in the first place?
Why was the doctor there in the first place?
Exactly. I know she just didn't say, well, hey, let me go by Villa number 32. Let's see what's going on over there. I heard they having a birthday party. Why was the doctor there in the beginning?
Wasn't she called?
Okay, but why was she called there?
According to the concierge, Dejanate text saying that her friend needed medical attention for alcohol poisoning.
Right. And so when we put that all together, because I'm also including what the Wusha Bang said, because it's good, these are brilliant minds all coming together, and maybe we can come up with something. And I understand her saying that, okay, they saw the video, so they fed us what they saw. But basically, what we saw was Dejanay, right? And then she said it was easy to point the unalive on DJ. And I get that. But either something else happened after that video went off, right? Because if that video was at 7 something in the morning, the doctor didn't get there to what, after 3? So what went on between 7:30 and 3 o'clock? Or no, we're gonna say 2:30 because that's when Nazir got there. So what happened between, well, we'll just say 7 and 12. What happened between that time? We got to dig deep. We just can't stop at, well, they saw the video and fed us what they wanted to feed us. Because before they start feeding us anything, we just saw the video, right? So if they fed us that, why did they feed us that?
This is a good one right here. Not to cut you off, Mel. This is a good point.
Go ahead.
Mo the Culture says, I think the answer to this whole thing doesn't rely on the doctor and the misconduct of proper protocol. The answer relies within the reason as to why no action of proper procedure of justice was done. The whole shebang says the doctor was called because Shanquella was definitely needed medical attention from a bad assault, a very bad assault. Get it? An assault.
So, okay. So is it safe to say the bad assault is a result of what we saw in the video?
Couldn't answer you on that one, Mel.
Right. I'm asking the Wu Shebang. That's my question to her.
She said that's why DJ is not in jail.
So is it safe to say somebody other than DJ assaulted her?
I guess that's what she hinting at.
All right, I'll say it again. Does that mean that someone else other than DJ assaulted her? I'm just trying to I'm trying to keep my mind from wondering, like it usually does, go into a lot of these different thoughts. I'm just not even gonna think that there she might be implying that the doctor assaulted her.
Not hinting. That doctor unalive Shanquella. That doctor unalive Shanquella.
This is heavy.
You take a break. You take a break from the case, then you come back and it's like, bam, you run right back into that brick wall all over again.
For me, but I cannot talk about it tonight. Oh man. I I get it now, Shebang. Mm.
You get it?
Yep.
Can you help me get it?
Yep.
Break it down, Mel. Is she there?
Let me take the whole shebang and then I'm gonna let Shell slide in. The whole shebang says, all right. And I'll explain why Mexico is doing so much lying. And the doctor went MIA and none of the 6 is in jail. Slide in, Shell.
I get it, the whole shebang. I get it. Mm.
Salute. I wanted to double check. What was the question that you were salute? What was it what you were looking up to try and define, Mel?
Um, the fact that what are you talking about, the extradition show?
No, I thought that when it was because I was like, listen, I'm just getting. I was listening, but I seriously was dozing off. And so I heard that, and I said, "Oh, that how we go?" I said, "I was coming for your lifeline." Like I said, I know it looked like you were trying to find something, and I'm like, "Which was it?" Because I did hear. I heard something, and it might have been earlier, and it was about what time or something. It was something that I heard, and then I heard Shank said we would step away and we forget, and I wanted to hear. What was it that you forgot? Because I was going to try to tell you what or remind
Um, maybe I have to, me, I got to think about it for a minute.
you. Oh, okay. Shank, do you remember?
Wasn't it something from the whole shebang?
Um. Well, that's the only reason why I came up. It was just like, oh, it sounded like I was trying to remember or get some information, and I was just hopping up to be a lifeline, thinking that I could help her.
You might have been talking about something from about an hour ago. You talking about from an hour ago?
Maybe so. I told you I was
She talked about something from an hour ago.
Yeah.
Oh
Look,
my God.
hey, Shell, you had me up here like, what the hell did I miss? I'm like, God damn, what the hell
Oh,
did
really?
I miss?
I must have been in a deep sleep then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here now. What we talking about?
Let's think. Okay, so the whole shebang says if Sue Ann and Mexico supposed to be on the same side, well, why didn't they just let Sue Ann speak to the doctor then, y'all? Come on now. Think, think, think.
Right.
Whoosh bang, I'm serious. I got it. I got it.
I definitely I would definitely think that the doctor is in this.
I got
Um
it.
my I'm more leaning on that um yeah, that's true. I do think the doctor is involved. I mean, it's so blatant that she's involved because there's no reason, even if she you know didn't want to give any information that she knew. You know what? Because any doctor, right? Let me say this. The easiest way the doctor could have just not said anything is she could have pleaded HIPAA, right? She could have said it's a HIPAA violation. I can't give any information out about any patient. Da da da. Da. She could have took that route and been done with it. But instead, she says nothing. That's strange. Like she can't be found. She could have easily said nothing and plead HIPAA, but she didn't even take the easy way out. And normally when I feel like when people are guilty of something, I mean, but that's not my only reason. I'm just making a point of that. That's not my only reason why I think that it's the doctor. The doctor is involved. But that is like, to me, that would just been an easy way of just not saying anything, saying that she's not going to, violate um her privacy rights. Call it a day, but she just isn't found and just being quiet. As far as speaking publicly, I should say. Um, but then as far as speaking to Sue Ann, you think about it. To me, it's like the doctor probably didn't even know Sue Ann was around. You know what I mean? Because Mexico primary thing is to only let her have access, that Sue Ann have access to what they wanted her to have access to. And then it was, and then I know they gave her a packet, but did they give her everything? I don't trust anything coming out of Mexico. I think the whole thing was just a true I think it was just like, how do I want to say this without, not getting too deep into it? I just think that it was just I just think that it is some underhandedness going on, as it pertains to the case with Mexico, in combination with, I don't know, at least the Cabo Five. I'm not sure, like, in my thoughts, where Nazir would fall in that part. And I guess that would be dependent on what he really knew or didn't know. And I digress on that.
Hmm.
Yeah, Shell, I just think about the IV that the doctor tried to put in, and I get it. Hmm.
If she did.
It's possible that.
If she did. Maybe Mexico finds her for not taking the girls to the hospital. That's odd that a doctor would not command them. I mean, that's what a doctor does. So I'm kind of stuck there because it's like you let some people deter you from taking someone to the hospital that you obviously see needs to be treated. That was a big, isn't that a big violation? I mean, that's kind of unheard of.
Let me read this, the whole shebang. If the FBI questioned that doctor, then this case will be busted wide open. This whole case is circling around this doctor. The doctor accidentally told on herself, falsifying medical documents on record.
Hmm. hmm I agree. We've been saying, the doctor is kind of key to this case. She's heard the conversation. She's heard the conversation. She was there. She saw what she saw, and she can make up for the time that she was there. What was she doing? What went on? What did the police do? Did she talk to the police? You know, usually when there's a body found and there's pictures, there's foreigners that come out, do their thing, you know, she ended up in the morgue, so somebody did something. Some kind of investigation was done. You don't just pick up the body and go, you know. I don't care what side of the world you come from. That's a fact. So misconduct on the doctor's part for not taking it. Yeah, she would actually change everything in this case as far as that. Is the whole shebang coming up?
No, the whole shebang ain't gonna come up.
I think we're here pondering this situation.
Shanquella's case, that didn't happen. None of them were arrested. They were all allowed to return to the United States.
Por eso es que la Procuraduría de Justicia en un comunicado de prensa que emitió hace unos días
That's why
explicaba que
the prosecutors
giró orden de arresto contra la
sent
agresora de
out
Shanquella, pero
an arrest warrant against Shanquella, but also said that other people are under investigation.
que tiene
There was a
objetos de
cover-up,
investigación.
apparently. There was some omission
Posiblemente la doctora y
of
a los policías.
information.
¿Por qué? Porque están
So
ellos
possibly the
mismos los que
doctor
estuvieron
and the police that were there are
se puede
also
decir que en primera
under
fila,
investigation, since they had front row
llegan
seats
al
to the
lugar
whole
y se
thing.
enteran de todo. Exactamente.
Turns the camera to the right. The person that crosses in front of the camera, according to the police, is a person that tried, according to the police, she tried to intervene into the fight. And she tried to stop the aggressor.
Y ahí paran el pleito.
And that's kind of like when those two stop.
Ella como que escuchó los gritos y los golpes.
The girl heard the screams and the blows, and she comes out from the back bedroom, and she gets in front of the camera a little bit, and the camera turns to the right. That's what the police are saying, that there was another smaller fight after Shanquella's interaction. So there are two videos. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
En el video, en el segundo video, o en el segundo video o en el primero.
En el primer video se ve cómo se quiere meter y luego como que se hace
In the first video, you can see that the woman kind of wants to get in, but then the camera goes to the right, and then the aggression stops. But there's another video where you see that she goes in and she starts arguing with Dianjane. And that's when Shanquella her body starts to convulse.
En el segundo video.
Con la otra chica, sí, en el segundo video.
So with the other girl, when there was that interaction with the other girl, that's seen on the second video.
No, pero me lo describió.
Well, have you seen the video? No, I haven't seen the video, but it's hearing that this crime is classified as a femicide. Can you explain to us a little bit about what femicide is?
Sí, claro.
Yes,
lo que es el
certainly.
Es el homicidio que se comete en contra de una mujer.
Femicide is a homicide that's committed against a woman.
El homicidio es un asesinato, ¿no?
A homicide is a murder, right? But in Mexico, they made a law
incluyeron en el Código Penal
in the federal penal code
de feminicidio, que significa
of the crime of femicide, which means that whenever a person kills a woman, especially a man,
entonces lo califican como feminicidio.
Then that's classified as femicide. Also, when it's a woman against a woman, but the issue of violence has to do a lot with it too. And Shanquella's case was very violent. And so that's why they classified it as a femicide. And she declared her dead. She said that one of the workers from the Red Cross, one of the paramedics, was also helping her out, trying to treat her. But it wasn't possible. Now, this part is key because it shows one side of what happened, but it's contradictory to what the autopsy says and what the death certificate says. The death certificate says very clearly that after she was attacked, Shanquella died 15 minutes later. And it gives the exact time at 3 in the afternoon. But according to the doctor's version, she would have been getting there at that time. So the autopsy says that the doctor, when the doctor arrived, she would have seen Shanquella already dead. So that's the suspicion. At 3:15, when the doctor arrived, she was already dead, but the doctor declared her dead at 5:47. So several hours had passed. So this is why the Attorney General's office is investigating the doctor, because the doctor's information contradicts the autopsy. The information doesn't match. Also, when the police arrived at the scene, the 6 friends of Shanquella were there. And the police did not detain them. The police didn't follow the protocol that's used there in Mexico. In Mexico, when there's a homicide like that, when there's an assault or whatever, if you're there at the place and someone dies, you can't leave. You are arrested until the situation is clarified. But in Shanquella's case, that didn't happen. None of them were arrested. They were all allowed to return to the United States.
Somebody slide in.
Yeah, I that is strange, that and I even read that in the law about extradition as well. What he said about if a U.S. citizen commits a crime in another country, they're just detained in that other countries, such as Brittany Griner, just to name somebody, and they, until they could get to the bottom of what happened, especially when someone called and said that she was beaten. Maybe that's why the other guy sent his investigative team there. So the only other person that I could think made it possible for them to leave the country is that concierge.
Let me grab the whole shebang. So is Mexico telling us that every woman in this situation in Mexico being charged with femicide? In other words, nobody in Mexico is charged with homicide, only femicide.
And away we go.
Shane, can you put that on the screen one more time? From Bouchabang.
Yep.
All right. So Mexico is telling us that every woman in the situation in Mexico is being charged with femicide. In other words, nobody in Mexico is charged. Oh, right. That's true.
That's a good question.
They're applying it to her. I think I heard, but I've only heard of it after her. But I don't know. And why are they not just using femicide for everybody but applying it for her? And then I thought that somewhere along the way in these months was that they turned it into femicide purposely because they knew that it wouldn't, it would be an issue once they got to the United States. Like that would be of issue. They really don't want this solved.
Nope. And again, I'll refer to what Nikki Lynn was reading earlier. The description he made falls into the narrative of what they're trying to play out with the alcohol poisoning. And typically, an autopsy person, The first person who did an autopsy in the U.S. did the prop. This other guy comes through, goes back over things and writing a narrative to fit the bill of alcohol poisoning. And like Nikki said, he's not there to make any opinions. He's supposed to tell us facts. That's it.
The whole shebang says homework assignment. Check out if any women on a similar case like this being charged with femicide in Mexico, or is it just DJ?
I think that when they found that lady in the pipe down there, right, and they said her husband put her in there or something. Does anybody remember what they charged the husband with?
I don't know his exact charges, but they did catch him and bring him back to the U.S. You talking about the husband and the wife thing, right?
This was a husband and wife.
Yeah. Okay. If I'm correct, that's what happened. But I was not sure what they charged him. There was something. Play that back real quick, Shane.
Which one?
The last clip you played just now. Oh, wait, stop right there. I know what I was gonna say. Like he said, nobody, and I know this for a fact, nobody leaves Mexico, and people are taken in. That's the part that's been tripping me out this whole time. Wait a minute, Mexico didn't take them in? Mexico doesn't usually play that. If something happens, everybody going and they're going to sort it out once they get there. That's what I thought was trippy. So something in Mexico, something went down in Mexico. Because there's a lot of things. They escaped. I think money was exchanged. Because usually if you exchange money, you can escape being taken in. That's what happens in Mexico.
That's an interesting question because, you know, I just did so many searches for that, and femicide still relates back to the unaliving of a woman because of her gender. So, why would Dejanay unalive Shanquella because she's a woman? They're both women.
If you read the whole thing, it's relationship also. It could be you don't have to be in a like it could be a man who is a boyfriend, a
But that
husband.
that means when it say it's relationship uh, based as well, does that mean if the woman is
A
um,
friend.
if the woman is gay,
No,
or
it could be
it
that
doesn't
or
say that, but
if a woman was a friend, like a friendship, something like that, it's that too.
But that's what it said. But this is something. Okay. Um,
Close acquaintances, something like that. They made that ruling because a lot of women were getting unalive, beaten up. That kind of thing happens a lot now.
right. I wanna look up a word that I'm not familiar with, but so it says femicide falls into two categories: intimate and non-intimate.
Mm-hmm.
The former, which is non-intimate, refers to the killing of women by current or ex-partners, while the latter is the killing of women by people with whom they had no intimate relationship.
The whole shebang says, what was the purpose for Mexico not calling the family? Her dad had to literally call all over everywhere to find his child. Why is that? Look, y'all, Mexico is covering for that doctor.
I can see that. Which is why they normally retain people for certain levels of information, such as contacting the parents of the child or someone of the family, that they didn't retain those people, and which is really odd to me, except for the fact of extortion. Like payment was made. If the police did their job properly, there should be 6 statements. At least that. And if they held them, we wouldn't be going through this right now. Dejanay would already be, at least Dejanay would already be in jail. And possibly the others. Especially when the video came out.
Justice for Shanquella, the truth versus the lies. I could reach out to Andre and Sue Ann and see if they would like to pull up. I could reach out to Andre and Sue Ann and see if they would like to pull up.
That would be nice. It would be nice because it would be nice to hear what she's got to say. Either one of them. It'd be interesting to see if they've heard from anyone from DC. I think it's long enough that something should have been said or done. Not to be disrespectful, but part of me feels like they were given Mr. Benjamin to placate the to placate them. Maybe not, but that's what I feel like. What do you feel, Shank?
It's deep.
Yeah. A lot of drag.
It's deep.
A lot of drag on this case. Never seen anything like it. A lot of hands.
The whole shebang says, Shank, this is an open case. Sue Ann will not be able to tell us exactly what's going on at all. Not on a worldwide YouTube channel. Remember, Mexico is watching.
Well, she can tell us what the guy in DC kinda tell us what that. She can tell us the status of that. A little bit of it.
I think if they would have had any status on that, they would have already said, since there were so many, there were many people there to support that. So I think that she would have told that.
Mm.
I just think that the investigation is a little bit deeper than we think.
Hmm. Diplomatic intervention. That's a heavy phrase right there. Diplomatic intervention. It tells you how high it goes. Another thing that's odd is how down in Mexico the consulate treated her. That's odd. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, you think about it, it's just so many angles. Mm.
All we know is it's deeper than what we think.
Yeah, I keep thinking about that phrase. It truly is. I keep thinking about that. Man. Mm.
It's deep.
Yeah.
It's deep. It's deep. Anytime nobody is, I mean, come on, almost a year later, and ain't nobody arrested, ain't nobody in custody, nobody.
The scariest thing is the video says
Yeah,
it all.
and it's a video, and ain't nobody in custody.
Yeah.
You know that even if DJ ain't the one that caused it, you know she was there, so you know she know who did. If nothing else failed, you know she know who did it. You know she know what happened. So you ain't gonna at least grab her up and press her.
Yeah. I mean, it's in our face. It's obvious. Something. I mean, get her talking, everybody falls. At least one of them. And they're running around here like nothing happened. It's they lied to the parents. The lies, the lies, the lies, all the lies, all the push of that crazy ass narrative. It's just come on already. The video is sitting there. It's sitting there. And I'm pretty sure people are running that back just like we did. And I'm not understanding why she's not being picked up or at least questioning. I mean, this is not making any sense at all. The lies obviously cover up something, especially after that video came out. Everybody disappears and scampers. Remember when the police came to their door to try to pick them up for questioning?
Mm-hmm.
They had some kind of a little something that they put on their doors. No one's answering. Everyone's hiding up to a certain point. They're moving careful now because they know people are waiting on them. There's got to be something said about that.
I even question, this is probably some really like way back information that something that nobody probably ever thought about. But you know, another thing that I question. Remember when the news reporter showed up to someone's job? I forgot whose job that was.
Elise.
But you notice how he kind of just like he sort of stood back like he never really tried to approach. Like instead of catching her, because he was at the job, so instead of catching her like when she walked out the door, he waited till she got in the car and then kind of approached the car.
That would be depending on where they were before they started filming. They could have been, yeah, that's a timing thing. But I see what you're saying. Because even they have, boundaries that they have to respect. They could have been trying to figure out if that was.
Oh yeah, I guess right. One TMZ, because they would have been all up in that car.
Oh yeah, probably had a car cam on her. TMZ be getting in your skin. But I believe that was a newscaster, right? I believe they have to have certain boundaries.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. This kind of reminds me of that movie Law Abiding Citizen.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Mm.
All we'll do is just wait till it play out. But we all gonna be shocked when it plays out.
Mm-hmm. I think we will, from all angles. And I really, that family is going through it. I know they are.
When it all plays out, we're gonna be shocked.
I remember you said this was probably over something petty.
It's deep.
Mm-hmm. Kind of scary. Somebody does not want these people in jail. They do not want them talking. Somebody is serious about this.
It's deep. That's all we can say is it's deep. I mean, the mere fact that nobody's in custody, the mere fact that nobody's been locked up.
Mm-hmm. Especially in Mexico, they lock everybody up.
Everybody.
They normally don't let you go. You can't.
That would be anywhere. You know, that's proper protocol. Anywhere.
Right. Only thing I can think of is money was offered, or they offered to let them go for money. Those guys are in trouble for that. If they truly are in trouble. That's where the first foul up happened as far as investigations go.
The question is, will DJ ever be arrested?
Oh, she will. Like you said, we just have to let it play out. We'll see. She's definitely target number one. Mexico and here. She's target number one. The rest of them, I don't know. If we know their backgrounds, we know that the FBI knows their background. So, and they know a lot more than we do, but they're just not able to get it out.
The whole shebang says DJ is not even being charged with assault. Why? Because if she's charged with assault, then they couldn't dig into the doctor any further, and justice definitely wouldn't be served.
Wow.
Double jeopardy.
Mm. So this is a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yep. Damn if you do, damn if you don't.
And the unilateral move to leave the case open so that Suzanne Robinson can't get any paperwork. That was some slick shit right there. Oh, excuse me, slick stuff. It's pretty slick. That was a dope fiend move.
They said that was a dope fiend move.
That was a dope fiend move for you. I'm serious. That was like, okay, you're not going to charge anyone, but as soon as inquiries for getting paperwork, oh, the case is open, we're translating. That was a weak excuse. That was a dope fiend move. In your face. Because all of this would come crumbling down. I questioned if they can they file a civil suit without that paperwork? But I'm thinking in order to have a stronger case, they need that paperwork. And they know it. Wow. They go to DC to get things handled, and here we are still. This is what we call a bottle cap, bottleneck. Do you think this is designed so that they give up on her?
The whole shebang. DJ can't be charged with assault, extradited to Mexico on femicide, then turn around and charge her for femicide on an assault in Mexico and homicide in the U.S.
I thought they could. I think we saw something that said that that could happen. But I could be wrong.
Now y'all sleep on that.
That'd be an interesting thing to look up. I believe that they can, if the U.S. decided to press charges, I believe they can. Like, say, like, if she served time in Mexico, she comes back here, I believe that she can do time here too if they wanted to. But again, I could be wrong, but I believe we went through that. But they're not even trying to arrest this girl here in the U.S. They're not trying to let this go for some reason. Sounds like protection to me.
Sound like protection?
All the way around. They can't let any of them talk for some strange reason. That's what I'm seeing. And again, going back to what Nazir said, it's deeper than you know. How deep is it? I know it's deep, but I mean, wow, it's like that. You got a bottleneck all the way up. What's really going on here? Interest, people who.
Miss Anonymous, I swear I wish I could hear what you're saying. Talk a little louder, please, man, or you're talking low so Mexico can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm turned all the way up. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think they can hear you.
Okay. So I've got my mouth to the phone. I'm just hoping everybody else can hear me. What I'm saying is that this is unilaterally going up. Why is it so deep? Why is this so serious where it's going all the way up the food chain? Somebody doesn't want these people to talk. It's like a gag order has been put on this case. From who? That's the cover up too. There's a lot of cover ups in this. I feel like the whole thing that's going on, they're holding tight, hoping that people would give up on this case. And yet, we're seeing other cases, people being pulled in, you know? I, mm. I'm thinking of the details that the lead attorney was saying on what happened at Ground Zero. Just the detail, you know? Makes sense. I know a lot of people don't feel comfortable with this guy, but he's giving up crucial information from ground zero. So I don't know. No, no. I know he hasn't posted to YouTube. He's on Facebook now. Shank, you still there? No, Shank has disappeared on us.